Good morning and welcome to the second round of the CWI Under 19 Rising Star 3-day tournament in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're coming to you from picturesque Cumberland playing field on the northwestern corridor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have the Windward Islands. They will take on Jamaica and Jamaica, they have lost their first game here, and the Windward Islands drew their first games against the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands in Annesville. So both teams will be vying for a win here. Well, somebody must be able to get the majority of the points. In me, the commentator here is Stacy and Adam. Stacy, good morning and welcome to Cumberland.
Good morning to you, Casnell Morris, and good morning to all our viewers out there.
Yes, and I do hope that at the end of this day you will be enjoying the scenery here in Cumberland. You were here prior for the first round game, and we're gonna have a late start because of the early morning dew here at Cumberland, and that is the inspection was done at 9:50 from the original start, and they have scheduled at a 10:30 start will take place. We will get the task soon, and as soon as that is on the way, we will be able to bring you the teams and if there are any possible changes to each team into the second round. So I will take a short break and we'll be right back and as we get the toss and play on its way. So good morning and welcome back to the CWI Under 19 Rising Star Cricket Tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we have the toss been taken earlier. Still have Stacey Adams here with me, St. Vincent and the Grenadines female cricket captain. Stacey, the toss has been won by the Windwards and they have elected to bat. You've been here previously. What do you think of that decision?
Well, Windwards won the toss, just to correct, Windwards won the toss and they decided to have a bowl.
A bowl, sorry,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yes, well, I think maybe they looked at the game against Barbados versus Jamaica here, and they saw how Jamaica collapsed in their batting innings, and maybe they've decided that chasing might be the best way to go on this wicket.
Good. So if we look at the team here for the Windward Islands, in the last game they had Edmond Moranci, Luke Wilson, and they have left out Kelshon Andrews. These three players are out. So the full team reads as Akeem Agisi, the captain, Stephen Pascal, and Devon Joseph, Devon Tyson, Kurt Murray comes in, Gerald Jeremiah, Corvin Gassi, Tariq Edwards, Noel Leo, and Solomon Bascom, Ethan Gibson. A very good team there, and we should not a surprise that Luke is out.
All right, well, Jamaica, they have made 3 changes as well. We see Justin Walters, Govasta Edmond, and Tamari Redwood making way for Stephen Weatherburn, Sherwin Thomas, and Alex Hines. The full team reads as Sanjay Walker, captain, Adrian Weir, Brian Barnes, Ryan Edwards, Justin Beckford, he's a vice captain, Jordan Johnson, Jose Northover, Sean Roy, added to the other 3 names I mentioned earlier.
We made mention earlier on that this should come out, a team must look for a win here because Jamaica lost their first game here at Cumberland, and the Windward Islands did due to the Leeward Islands in Annesville. They really played some top-notch cricket. It was a balanced scale somewhat because they batted in their first innings and only 208. At one point they were 33 for free, and they were able to get a good partnership with the captain, and that catapulted the score to be 209 at the end of the day. But they will look, Jamaica now will have to look to set a good total here for the first innings.
Yes, indeed so, and one would hope that Jamaica will learn from their mistakes in the previous game. A lot of wickets fell at crucial points in time, so they would hopefully they have learned from that, and they're gonna come out here today looking to place a decent score on the board.
We're seeing Corvin Gassi taking up the attack. He will do the opening bowling here from a river end here in Cumberland, and I believe this will be shared with Bascom later on, and it will be interesting to see how he operates on this wicket. I remember in Annesville, they opened the bowling with Leo, with Tyson, sorry, and Tyson got that ball to swing, but they're starting with Gassi.
Yes, Adrian Weir is at the wicket. He had a disappointing start in round 1. Sorry, so he'll be hoping that he can stand up tall for his team and score some runs as he was looking to do in the last game. He had an attacking start. However, he might just need to temper the way he goes about things today and be a bit more watchful.
So the first ball.
See, he's partnered by Justin Beckford, the vice captain. He batted quite well in the first game, made 55 in the first innings, and was going rather well before he gave it away in the second innings. So I see he's opted to come up the order today, maybe to bring some sort of stability to Jamaica's batting lineup. Okay.
Gassi first ball, just one bounce to the keeper. I think that's more sort of a loosener. They have deployed 2 slips. There's not a lot of wind here. It's a still hot day. The heat is penetrating. Well, An excellent first delivery, well, second delivery there. That one actually caught Weir pulling away, and it was able to take the edge of the bat coming down to the fine leg boundary here for the first four. Jamaica off 4 without loss.
Yes, a fortuitous boundary to start things off for Jamaica. Adrian, where he was looking to leave, he left that rather late and instead got an inside edge that almost took the leg stump. So quite a fortuitous start for Team Jamaica.
So Jamaica, they will be looking to have a solid start today. Now Weir will look to take that batting on. Good carry from Gassi there. His approach to the wicket, he has a high arm action as he approached the stumps. Somewhat upright at delivering that ball at the last moment, which gives him enough leap to extract whatever bounce there is in the wicket still.
Yes, I was about to say that will account for the extra bounce that he's getting. But good leaving here from Adrian Weir so far.
Let's drive out to cover. He won't get the boundary. He will just come back, I think, for the second run. Good throw.
Yeah, what we've come to know of Adrian Weir is that anything pitched up, he's gonna go at it. He's not gonna leave it alone. Anything pitched up, he's gonna go at it, and he tends to go aerial as well.
I think that's a good ploy because the ball is new and he's trying to look for the swing out of the new ball. As I made mention earlier on, if we're not seeing much breeze, we're not feeling it. The palm trees in the back, and this one is struck straight back down the ground. It could get 4. Let's see, this one has been held up a bit just in front of the side screen. They come back for a second run. So good start there for Weir.
Yeah, good start from both teams. The score is now 8 without loss after the first over. Yeah, so the Windward Islands team, they might do well with putting somebody at mid-off or mid-on when Weir is on strike, because he tends to go aerial when it's pitched up to him.
So Solomon Bascom, he will take up the attack from our commentary booth end here. He led the attack in Arnorsville. He has a lot of pace to him. It will be interesting to see how he assesses this condition in this attack. He has a rhythm. He also has the ability to move that ball if it is pitched up. So it will be very interesting to see how he operates from here. So this one is squirted down to third man. There is no third man, but there's a heavy outfield due to some overnight rain. So the outfield will be a bit heavy and saggy on the outer part of the pitch.
Yes, another fortuitous. Well, Beckford, he's now off the mark with 2, but that was also fortuitous. He played that uppishly. It just passed the man at gully. So not a bad start to Bascom's over. He just needs to get it straighter to cause more trouble.
So this one is a bit pitched up, and there you see he's looking for swing. It is not. It's nothing wrong with experimenting to see if there is any swing movement, and if he could get that ball to swing, there are two slips with a gully, and there you see there's a man in front. Some of the short extra cover, but it's silly point we'll call that. Um, I'm not sure the ploy for that. Maybe for a short ball is a short extra cover. Yes, one pitch top again. So that's what he will be looking for from Weir, knowing that Weir love to that ball up in his arm.
Yes, indeed. So, and with the red ball, with any new ball, as a matter of fact, red or white, usually the bowlers they pitch it up, hoping to generate any sort of swing that's there, hoping to capitalize on it. So that's what you see Solomon is doing. As the over continues, we'll see if there's much swing to work with. Not seeing a lot so far, but let's see as the over continues.
This one is placed out to the cover boundary, and they come back for two. And Bascom seems to not picked up that rhythm that he wants. He has to adjust quickly, because these players for Jamaica, they can quickly get into the attack and put on a quick total.
Yes, well, it's just 4 balls into his first over, so with time, he'll build up the rhythm that he's looking for, and hopefully be more destructive for Windward Islands. What I mentioned before about Adrian Weir about being aerial, there we go again. We saw that previous shot he played was in the air. Didn't time it quite well, so it didn't make it way to the boundary. So yeah, they might look to employ that mid-off fielder for Adrian Weir.
Well saved. Cut that one off. Nathan Edwards at point. This one is well left. He trusts the bounce on that one. Very good delivery. End of the over is 14 without loss.
Yes, excellent finish to the over for Bascom, and you see so far on the surface, you can leave on length because it gets that extra bounce. So good, not such a great over from Bascom. He was searching around, I would say. He was searching around, playing with his line and lengths a bit, and that last delivery is where he'll be looking to be when he comes on for his next over.
Stacey made mention of the heat that is here. A lot of water will be required for these youngsters. They're under 19. The temperament, they would have to be able to sustain the heat here in the northwestern end of the country. And, as it comes well left, this one outside there, this northwestern end of the country was mainly affected by the volcanic eruption over a year ago. So things are now back to some normalcy, and as we see a lot of forested areas around, green trees, but the wind just not blowing.
The way you keep talking about the wind not blowing, Casnell, it sounds to me like it's a cry for help on your side, hoping that some breeze would blow across the ground. But there you go, Casnell. I'm feeling a little something there right about now.
Don't talk about it too much. It might just stop. I somewhat like the start with that Gassi has started here. He seems to be I don't want to preempt. He seems to be a bit economical into his bowling. He has a rhythm to it, and he's not giving him too much of a mixed bag of short, pitch it up there, that kind of thing, and that is good. Consistency is good. So an extra bounce there. That one passed through the slips and dropping short of the slip. We're just taking his top hand off that, so killing the shot. Then they went down to the terminal for 2.
Yes, another lucky escape there from Adrian Weir. Just some bunks catching him off guard, taking him by surprise. So, but luckily he was wary enough to take his hand off of the bat, as you said, to get the ball going down rather than uppish to the slip cordon.
Well, talking about lucky escape, Stacy, there goes another one. That one dropped right between the hands of the man there at short leg, and opportunity going begging.
Yes, he was just the man at short leg. He didn't stay down. He just needed to stay down in that position. When you're feeling in those short position, it's imperative that you stay down as long as possible, so that you can make sure you collect the ball cleanly.
So let's play through mid wicket and get 2 runs. What do you Windward Islands should not be able to lose a chick on here? End of the over, it's 19 without loss. And they should not be able to allow a free turning over of this strike, because what this will do, it will make the batsman get quickly adjusted to the conditions in terms of the batting. Jamaica playing here already before, even though.
Yes, I agree with you. It's 3 overs, 3 overs bowled so far, and the bowlers, as I said, they're just playing with their line and length a little bit, trying to work out with your line and length to bowl on this sort of track. I would expect them to come back and find that line and length and be consistent and patient when they're delivering, when they deliver deliveries. So Bascom is going to continue to Adrian Weir, who has looked very aggressive this morning.
So Bascom takes it back there. That's a magnificent shot. He got on top of that one and he made immense with it, and he just dispatches it out to that cover boundary. A magnificent shot. Yes, Stacey.
Yes, too short and excellent placement and power displayed by Adrian Weir on that occasion. He just got up on his toes a bit and make sure to keep it down, and that was key. So excellent shot from Adrian Weir. Too short from Solomon Bascom. I mentioned before the over, he bowled before the last ball, he got it spot on, so he will just need to find that back.
So Weir moves on to 18 from 15 deliveries. Yes, it's a cheater. This one is whipped off the leg to the mid wicket region, to the square leg region, and it goes out to the square leg boundary, and 4 more to Weir. And boy, he have had enough. He have done his own assessment, and he will take it now to Bascom.
Yes, and that's how he plays. He is an aggressive opening batter, and anything pitched up or anything that he knows he can put away, he's not going to hesitate to put it away. So they will need to find some way to quell the flow of runs at the moment, especially from Adrian Weir.
So Bascom in his second over, his first over doesn't seem to have picked up a rhythm or confidence, I would say, um, in the first over. But I'll leave that for to see how he operates in the second one. A good one is that lifting and leaving the batsman, going for a cut again, misses. And he has to, he's leading the attack for the Windwards, and he will have to pick up his own confidence level and initiatives and try to see how quickly he could get make inroads for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, you see, the good thing about being a bowler is that you might go for a heap of runs and you can just deliver that one ball. I'll continue after this.
This one is whipped off the legs again behind square. That goes for 6 this time. A great shot there, and Bascom seems to be uncomfortable with something there as he seems signaling to his captain Akeem about some discomfort.
Yes, head down by Adrian Weir and whipped off of his pads for a great shot for 6. But I was talking about bowlers, you know. Yes, Adrian Weir is taking it to Solomon Bascom at this point in time because Solomon Bascom is a very quick bowler. He's quick, he has a lot of pace, so it's easier for the batter to hit through the line of the ball. But as a bowler, you have a lot of chances to get it right. So the moment Bascom finds that line and length, that perfect line and length that could create some issues, he will be destructive today with the sort of pace I see on display from him.
Well, it's 33 without loss. We're on 28. Beckford, he's on 5. And see the third umpire bringing out some balls. Mr. Reginald. So third umpire Calbert McDonough. The 2 umpires we must mention in this game are Mr. Shannon Crawford and Ryan Banwari, all from Guyana.
It's much like the first game that we played here. We see the umpires already out with a box of new balls to replace the plain ball, because this ground it's not as big as other grounds, and you see a lot of lush vegetation around. So when the ball get hit out of the ground, it usually get lost in this beautiful scenery that we see in the background here.
Well, so I believe they would have changed that ball. It will be interesting to know what could be the disgust, I would say, with Bascom. Why is it? It's been a bit uncomfortable. He's not seen that sprightly looking, energetic Bascom as we're accustomed to see. But I believe as the time goes on, he will pick up that rhythm. He has his full support of his parents, who's on the ground. So a better delivery.
Yes, full of length that time, and he was definitely beating for pace on that occasion, Adrian Weir, and that's what I was talking about. Bascom is generating great pace, so if he's only able to just pick up that line and length and be persistent there, he will definitely cause some problems for the Jamaican batters. But so far, he's a little bit all over the shop. Just need to concentrate and get it in those good areas.
So good end to the over, and Jamaica is 33 without loss after 4. So Gassi to continue. Stacey, you being a captain in the female version here is in Vincent. You have a bowler who is less confident with his start. I'm not too sure if he's uncomfortable with the end he's coming from or whatever is obstructing his rhythm. What do you as a captain say to him, or what decision would you make so early in the innings?
I was wrapped on the pads there, but going down, good decision from umpire Ryan Banwari. Well, it's still early, Casnell. It's just 2 overs, and I will back my bowler. No doubt about it. I'll back him. I'll tell him to keep running in. I mean, yes, we can take into consideration the ends. At some point in time, I'll ask him if he would probably think about coming from the other end, but Curvin Gassi is bowling quite well from this end, so the switch won't happen right away, but I'll still back my bowler.
Well, loud appeal there by the entire cordon behind the wicket, but umpire Shannon Crawford decided I would not have none of that this morning. Tremendous shot played off the back foot there. This one goes out to the cover, is settled for 1 as Eaton recovers that one. And no trouble there. They move on to 34 without loss, Stacey.
Yeah, we don't have the benefit of the replay on this occasion. Well, we don't have the benefit of the replay down here, but it wasn't hit for 4. But what I liked about that shot is, to me, it tells me the mindset of the batter, the way he got up on his toes and played it down with ease into the gap to make sure it didn't go to hand. It seems to me today, Justin Beckford is playing the long game today. So that's good to see from Jamaica.
This one low extra bounce there from Gassi. I really like the rhythm and the confidence level of Gassi. This one dropping short of the keeper. Just a balloon in the air. End of the over is 35 without loss after 5.
Yeah, I don't think it caught bat there. I think if it had caught bat, it probably would have gone to hard. Maybe off the glove or off of his shoulder or something. That's the only thing I can see from here. But seems to be an area in the pitch where it's sticking a bit, and an area in the pitch where you're getting extra bunks, especially from the end of Gassi. And Bascom has the ball in his hand again. I think it's the right decision from the captain. Just give him the confidence that he needs. Just back your fast bowler. Adrian Weir is an attacking batsman. You can see the way he goes about his game. He's naturally attacking. So Bascom will just need to deliver in those good areas to such a batter.
This is a great shot. This one is played down the track, down the ground, and it goes 1 bounce for 4. A magnificent shot, denting even more confidence there for Bascom.
Yes, just pitched up a bit too much in Adrian Weir's half, and I mentioned earlier, anything pitched up, he's going to go at it. Just Bascom has to back himself to find that perfect line and length to Adrian Weir. Just have him leaving alone a bit, Just need to work on the patience game of Adrian Weir. So you just need to find that line and length, and that's what he'll be hoping to do. So far he's been too short or too full, either too short or too full. He needs to find that corridor of uncertainty to Adrian Weir.
So bit of adjustment. There's no place mid on back more onto this edge of the. So just that area he would like to be pitching that one a better line and length delivery. That one going true to the keeper.
Yes. Sometimes as a bowler, and I'm not saying this is the case for Solomon Bascom, but sometimes as a bowler, especially when you're quick and young, when you're quick, you strive for a pace more than just doing the basics right and getting that line and length. And we'll stress on those terms all the time today. Yes, that was too full on that occasion. And yes, we'll stress on the term line and length because that is very important when you're playing the long game. You need to work on the patience of the batter. So the better you bowl is the more frustrated a batter is going to be, especially a batter like Adrian, where you have to restrict him from playing shots. He's finding it really easy right now. You have to find a way to restrict him from playing shots. Justin Beckford is now about to face up to Solomon Bascom.
Well, it's a cheating innings, and he's 34 from 24. And if you're looking at it, it's not a T20. Better delivery. So pitched just around about middle and off. This one is in there, could be taken. A short one gone. Jamaica losing their first wicket. 40 for 1. A short delivery pounding into the pitch. And Beckford there, he goes back for 6. Jamaica 40 for 1.
Solomon Bascom, he's just turning and walking back to his run-up as if to say, man, I could have done that earlier. And all these runs that went off my bowling, 25 so far, was not needed. And there you go, what we were talking about, being more consistent in the right areas and frustrating the batter into doing something different. So good bowling there from Solomon Bascom. Good comeback after being taken for 25 runs, largely from Adrian Weir. And Jordan Johnson makes his way to the wicket. He made 96 in the first innings against Barbados, and he'll be hoping to replicate that or even go further, getting the 3 figures here today.
So Jordan Johnson, he comes to crease. Well, he's got him. Where goes magnificent delivery, a pitched up delivery, and that's what we were mentioning about getting that ball up there. And there you see that ball went straight to the second slip, a magnificent catch, and Jamaica losing the second wicket. And there you go, Bascom on a hat trick.
Brilliant comeback from young Bascom, and I was telling you the pace that he generates, all he needs to do is find that line and length. Adrian Weir, he's been aggressive, and he will go after anything pitched up. So finally just taking the leading edge and going to the man at gully Excellent comeback from young Solomon Bascom. He'll be on a hat trick because that was the end of the over, and it's 40 for 2 after 6 overs.
Well, I highly disbelieve that the other batsman was ready. So Weatherburn, Stephen, he wasn't even properly pad up, and here comes Weir walking back to him. So
Yes, it must be quite frustrating for Adrian Weir and the camp as well, because he is that batter to give you the good starts. He's an aggressive batter, but I think all Jamaica would be hoping for from Adrian Weir in the future is just be mindful and pick the deliveries, be selective in his shots going forward, because he is an aggressive batter. You saw the way he puts away anything loose. So just a bit of shot selection and more awareness on the part of Adrian Weir, because they just lost a wicket. Gussie is going to continue to Johnson. Yes, Weatherburn makes his way to the crease. He didn't play in the game against Barbados, so this is his first chance in this competition to make a name for himself.
well, umpire Crawford now going across to have a word with the batsman. I'm not too sure what would have been that discussion. And that's the thing about cricket, Stacey. You'll be bowling well from one end, as Gussie's doing now, and he seemed not to be the wicket taker. But Bascom, who have been tormented by the bat of Jamaicans, he's the one that caused the breakthrough, and now they are 40 for 2 into the 7th over. We are seeing now the energy coming back into the Windward team. This will be helpful for Bascom in his confidence.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about backing your fast bowler. Yes, he went for a few, but you know when he gets it in those areas, he's going to cause problems. And the over before was a clear indication of what he's capable of as a quick bowler.
Loud appeal for catch, and it's gone, caught behind, and Jamaica, well, they are in some dire trouble now. They are 40 for 3.
And that is a huge wicket. Jordan Johnson, who scored 96 in the first game, and you saw the celebration from Team Windward Islands because they probably know this batter. He made West Indies team previously, on the 19 team previously, so they know what an important wicket that was. He is like the glue for Jamaica team, and congratulations to Gussie. He has been consistent, the more consistent of the bowler, quite reliable, and he has been working away in those good areas, and finally a batter has nicked off. Brian Barnes makes his way to the crease.
Well, the batsmen in the hut, they have to be wearing their pads often because it appears there is no time for resting. And Brian now, he has to do some rebuilding for the Jamaicans. And Jamaica being one of the largest territory in the Caribbean. Brian will have to do a lot of that batting going into lunch. Well, lunch is a bit off in terms of time, but he will have to be there up to lunch. Stacey, 2 new batsmen, either of them haven't faced a delivery yet.
Yes, and Brian Barnes is another left-hander. He was aggressive in the first game against Barbados, and Gussie has found his line and length here. Let's see what he has to offer. So Windward Islands team, they are quite fired up at the moment, picking up 3 quick wickets in no time.
The good push there. Bonds coming off the mark with a 2. This one is pitched up and just pushed down the track.
Yes, but good thinking from the young bowler. New batting into the crease, pitching it up is the way to go, and see what the batsman technique is like. But Brian Barnes played a lovely shot down the ground for 2.
I cannot stop to admire the rhythm and of Gassi. He did not play the first game for the Windward Islands, and I'm not too sure why, if there was some sort of trial and testing, or if he was injured or anything. I cannot speak of that, but I like the rhythm, and he would have done well in the first match for the Windward Islands if he had gotten a game.
Well, Kaznel, I cannot speak of the team's mindset why he didn't play, but who was to know what would have happened had he played in that first game? Maybe it's sometimes it's all about condition. Most of the times it's all about conditions, right? So teams and their think tank, they look at the conditions, they assess it well, and they move from there. And today they thought that Gassi should be in the attack, and he's proven to be a good pick for them here today. They decided to go with the extra pace that they left out Luke Wilson. So a good call so far from Team Windward Islands. The impressive thing about Gassi is that he's very steady. It's a lack of deviation from that good area that he found. So he's kept it there. He's kept it there throughout his 4 overs that he's bowled so far. But Solomon Bascom is going to continue. He is on a hat trick. I wonder if he knows, Kaznel.
Well, he should have it in his mind that he's on a hat trick. Weatherburn haven't faced up a delivery yet, so it will be interesting to see what sort of delivery he serves up to Weatherburn. This one is driven. Good for sir.
Hat trick evaded. Hat trick evaded, I would say.
Right. I was going to say, as a batsman, sometimes you play quality shots like that. Weatherburn forced up delivery, well driven to the coverage, but he didn't score on it.
Weatherburn is off the mark, but a cheeky single, one would call that. If the fielder at short cover had picked up, may have been in some trouble had there been a direct hit, but he's off the mark nonetheless. He looks good, technically sound the way he's driving the ball, so hope to see more of him today, Kaznel.
Good delivery there by Bascom. I believe now you have picked up that confidence level now, and you're seeing now his approach to the crease is different. But there seems to be something else outside the conditions there that is uncomfortable with, as we saw with his first wicket. He just, and he walked back to you because there was no celebration. And he just getting that gingerly approach towards his bowling strides, as you see evade that one.
Yeah, he seems to be an extra hard worker. From going to training myself at Annisvale, I know Solomon Bascom. He's usually there with his parents, working extra hard every day. So he's a very hard worker, and so he probably was disappointed with the start that he gave his team. But they're in a position to make a comeback, because yes, Jamaica ran away with the score early on, but 3 wickets are now down. So he should hold his head up high and just run in as hard as he's been doing previously.
This one is flicked through mid wicket. They're coming out to the boundary. It would not get there as this one has been traced there by Tyson, sorry. Recovered and well returned to the keeper. The score moves on to 45 for 3. Barnes moves on to 4. Excellent Yorker.
I'd say that's what he was looking for in that previous delivery and the one prior to that as well, Casnell, and he got it spot on that occasion.
You call them the toe crushers? Those are the toe crushers, Stacey? That song of timber that you as a fast bowler would always like to hear. It was the previous delivery was a Yorker. This one was full and straight, and by the time he got his back down, it was too late, and the song of timber almost knocked the keeper back there. And boy, Jamaica losing their 4th wicket.
Yes, he celebrated on that occasion, Casnell, because he worked really hard in that over trying to find that length, that pitched up delivery that can cause chaos for the Jamaican batters. And rightly so, middle stump, gone walking.
Well, goodness me, it brings out Walker. He will have to walk his way to the wicket now. And Jamaica is in a spot of trouble, 45 for 4. Great comeback there by Bascom. 3 for 28 at the end of his 4th over there. End of the over, Jamaica seeking some redemption from Walker and Weatherburn.
Sanjay Walker is the captain of Jamaica's team. In the previous game against Barbados, he batted 98 deliveries and scored around 20 odds. So Jamaica has a very deep batting lineup from what I assessed previously. They just didn't get some things together. They just need to get some things together. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if they learned a lot from the previous game, but 4 wickets down. Both of these batters should look at it as a rebuilding phase, and I know that they have it in them by the way Weatherburn drove those 3 deliveries, and we know Sanjay Walker is a very persistent captain. He's a very determined young man from the way he batted in that game. So I expect both of them here to think hard and probably build a partnership to dig Jamaica out of trouble.
Oh, good lifting delivery. So the energy is there, and that delivery is sharp. Well, welcome to the crease, Mr. Weatherman. Weatherburn. Jamaica, Caribbean island nation.
Yes, appreciable bounce on that occasion from Gussie, and every now and again he surprises you with that extra bounce and lift. So you have to be mindful of that when you're striking to him.
So trusting the bounce. So Jamaica is known for its lush topography, mountains, rainforests and reefs. You've been to Jamaica, Stacey?
Yes, I've actually been there twice, touring for the Windward Islands team. It's quite a beautiful country, large in comparison to us. So found myself lost a few times.
Well, lost. Jamaica seems to be losing sight of their goals and objective at this time, but I'm sure that with Weatherburn and Walker at the crease, they will depend on them heavily to navigate their way out of this Cumberland Valley. And at 45 for 4, what do you think that the Windward Islands should look at now? They're half into the almost halfway into the batting order. What do you think that the captain should initiate at this time? Continue with your pace or try to employ a spin or something?
Well, I mean, no need to change the bowling attack so soon. I mean, unless the bowlers are tired, that's the only reason I can see him deciding to change his paces because they're doing quite well. Solomon Bascom has 3 wickets. I don't think he'll want to come off the ball anytime soon unless he's tired. As I said, it's a lot of energy to run into that crease as a fast bowler, ball after ball. But I'll continue with the paces for now because there seems to be something in the wicket there for them. So I'll continue with that for now and try to unsettle these 2 batters further.
Yeah, I think what happened with this wicket, I had an early look at the wicket and there seemed to be a lot of moisture that was in it. Now, as that moisture dries out because the sun is out in all its glow, that wicket will become harder. You see earlier on, a couple of the deliveries was more sticking up, or we will say here. So the batsmen will not really chew with their shot until you see that Weir was able to play certain balls that was pitched up only. There was the odd bounce that was coming through and clearly now we are seeing that wicket is drying out and the bounce in itself is having the upper hand of the batsmen.
Yes, and at the end of the over, the 9th over, Jamaica 46 for 4. The dismissed batters are Adrian Weir, Jordan Johnson, Justin Beckford, and Brian Barnes. So Weatherburn and Captain Sanjay Walker, they're currently at the crease, and see Solomon Bascom is making his way over for a 5th over on the day. And this is where I think game awareness comes into play. And it's something that you'll hear throughout. Game awareness is very important. Jamaica right now as it stands needs to play the game situation. And the situation is at the moment, both of these opening bowlers, I'll continue after this. Yes, both of these opening bowlers, they're doing quite well. They found a rhythm. They've built a rhythm, So as batters now, what you need to do is play the game situation. The first task should be seeing off these bowlers. Seeing off these bowlers and then making your way to that first drinks break on the day. Continue to assess conditions as you go along. And most importantly, you need to build partnerships.
This one is played down to 5 leg.
Yes, you have a lot of time still in the day. An hour has not gone yet since play has started. And you have 4 wickets down. So both of these batters, Weatherburn and Sanjay Walker, what Jamaica will be expecting of you is to continue to play the game situation. Just keep batting. Don't give another wicket to Windward Islands. And you know Windward Islands, they'll be searching. They're hunting right now. They have their key bowlers on. So first task, see off this opening pair.
This one is pitched up, a lofted over point, and they come back for 2. 49 for 4. The Windward Islands will be the happiest of the 2 teams now. just before the first hour of play, they have gotten 4 scalps, and 4 of the what we will say top batsmen for the Jamaican team. There's just a strong support staff here for these young players in terms of parentage. Bascom, he himself have his household here, I would say.
Searching for that magic delivery again, that pitched up unplayable delivery is Bascom on that occasion. Just missed timing it, Sanjay Walker to Ethan Gibson there at short cover.
The parents of Bascom, they would be somewhat happy with the bowling stat there for Bascom. His mom Karen and Lincoln Bascom there in the stands, so giving their full support, giving a loud shout. This one is dropped. Hit back to all, you hear the oohs and the ahs there. That one, the end of the over, 49 for 4. Dropped there by Bascom and followed through. Almost got to the man at mid-off.
Yes, firmly driven back on that occasion. Dropped by Bascom, but I see Jamaica is still very much prepared to be playing an array of shots that they have to offer. I don't think anything is wrong with that. If a ball is there to be put away, then rightly so, you should put it away. Walker, Sanjay. Weatherburn is now on strike.
So Gassi continues into his 6th over, and interestingly, these young fast bowlers, they are only given an allotment of 6 straight overs for pace bowlers as part of the rules of the CWI under 19.
Oh well, they can go more, but 6 overs is probably par in terms of. I'll continue after the ball. Yes, in terms of that gap between my bowler is bowling so well, I wish I can keep him going. But you also have to be mindful of the fitness, his fitness. You know, he has other games to play, and to consistently run in time after time as hard as he is. Of course, he's human. He'll be tired. He'll get tired. So he needs to rest and recuperate and come back stronger for you at a later period. But if it is that he can go a 7th over, I don't think anything is wrong with that. But more than likely, this might be his last over before there's a change. But you had the pleasure of commentating in the Windward Islands game against Leeward Islands. Are there any other fast bowlers that you can pinpoint who might come on at any to replace any of these two, Kasner?
Yes, I see. This one's a bit off, wide, too wide. Signal a wide there. Yes, to answer your question, I believe they would opt for Tyson. Tyson have that not somewhat of a medium pace, but he bowled very, very well. He got the ball to swing against the Leeward Islands. He's in the lineup here. Unless the captain may opt for spin, I'm not too sure. But I believe Tyson, that would be his first option.
Yes, and Tariq Edward, I saw on the website that he picked up 8 wickets for the Windward Islands against Leeward Islands in the first match against them. What does he bowl?
Well, he's a tall spinner. He just stands up right there and throw over his hand, as we will say locally. But yes, that was a very crucial time where the Windward Islands had to get somebody, because the wicket was really not supporting the pace at that time. So Tariq had an 8-wicket haul. This one is in there, pull away, down to fine leg. It's just dropping short in front of the fine leg man. I think he have lost it somewhere in the air. See, as he opened up his hands as to, losing it. Not with the wind, but the sun could be a factor there.
Yeah, it was hit high in the air, but he had to run around a lot to that square leg boundary because he was at fine leg at that time. So it was kind of tough for him to get around there. The young man, Solomon Bascom, he's just bowled 5 overs on the trot. So it would have been tough for him to get there. In the midst of all that, Jamaica brought up their 50. They are now 51 for 4, and we're in the 11th over.
I'm still somewhat impressed with the Windward Islands attack. They have kept their 2 slips in, still knocking at the door of the Jamaicans. They have already 4 wickets down. They're seeking for that 5th. That's not a bad ploy.
Yes, and why would you spread the field with the way your bowlers are operating? If I was Jamaica, I'll probably get somebody else, another fielder around the bat, maybe somebody at that leg slip area, close in, just for something popping up off the hip to Sanjay Walker. Because every now and again you get that pop-up from Gassi.
Well, that extra bounce.
And there you go on cue. Speaking about that extra bounce that he generates now and again. See that delivery just popping up, a sort of balloon bounce over the stump. And that's the end of the over, and it's 51 for 4. Solomon Bascom seems to be, yes, he's going to bowl a 6th over here. And I think that's the right call until it looks like he's entirely tired. I think giving him another over because he's the chief wicket taker. He's picked up 3 of the scalp so far. So giving him another over here because he's creating some problems for the Jamaican batters.
Well, I think, he actually has really pegged it back, because in his 2nd over, he was some 24. So some 7 runs have come off his... Oh, hold appeal this one, umpire Crawford. Yeah, saying that one is heading down. And Bascom now into his 6th over. He's 31. Some 31 runs now coming from his 5.1 overs. An interesting story, Stacey. I spoke with the parents only for Bascom, and I learned that the mom, Karen Bascom, she was never into cricket, something that you as a female cricketer would not like to hear. But the fact that her son was involved, maybe when daddy wasn't around, she had was to be the coach, she had to be the bowler for Solomon, and it actually helped her to love the game.
Yes, Weatherburn is looking quite nice. He's driving that ball really well. So he might pose some problems for the Windward Islands if he gets set here. Jamaica would be hoping for that as well. Well, yes, not that I wouldn't like to hear that. I mean, everybody has their own choices in life, but it seems to me now like she's quite the avid cricket fan. She's here in her West Indies Solomon Bascom shirt, so see that the game. She's taking a liking to the game now.
Well, she did say that he made him love the game. She would use terminologies that, cricket terms that he was like dig deep, be patient, that kind of thing. So I believe now she knows more about the game. Should they say thanks to Bascom, his son, her son? Solomon also came through the local academy here, the Neil Williams Academy, and she also stated that she wanted Bascom to play a different sport. But Bascom had other intentions.
What sport would that be? Would that have been?
Well, she did not disclose that one.
Probably basketball, given his height. We'll ask her about that. We'll be sure to ask her about which sport.
But Daddy was more into the cricket. Daddy said the story went on to state that Daddy was more, the family is more of a cricket, as we have Miles Bascom. He's also on the ground here. We will have a conversation with him later on. So he will be here to somewhat. I'm not too sure if they are related in any sense, but he should be intrigued to see that a Bascom is taking up the attack to lead. He also been a Windward Island batsman, Miles, opening batsman. So he would be somewhat intrigued to know that there's a Bascom taking up the mantle.
At the end of the 12th over, the score is 51 for 4. That was a maiden over. And it's time for that first drinks break. So we're going to take a short break and we will be back with you shortly at the Cumberland Cricket Ground.
So, end of the Jinx break here at Cumberland playing field. The Windward Islands, they are taking on Jamaica Jamaica, Windward Islands winning the toss and opted to bowl. The Jamaicans, they are 46 for 4, 51, sorry, for 4. So they are 51 for 4, as we are seeing the first introduction of spin from the Windward Islands. And so Tariq Edwards. Well, it's Edward, not Edward, Tariq. He was the option for Windward Island that took the 8th wicket in against the Leeward Islands in the first innings. So he takes up the attack from where Gassi was bowling. So that's a river, and there's a river that is placed in the back there, as we're seeing just behind that side screen in the area there. There's a river for what the locals use for washing, more so catching chichi, what we call chichi, and make those little fish cakes looking thing. And the road that leads to the beach, so it's a good hot day here to go to the beach. And I don't think that would be on the mind of the Jamaicans at this time, because they are known for good beaches.
Yes, and you're local in this area, you're from this area, Casnell, so you would be able to give me a little bit more background as we go along in this game.
This one beaten outside the off stump. I think this is a good ploy from the captain to introduce the spin, in terms of there are two left-handers at the wicket, and now spinner comes in at this time. You may not agree, but you being a captain yourself, even though the rhythm of the pace bowlers were there, because of the rules that have been given for the under-19s, they will not be able to bowl more than 6 on a trot. So I think the spin, yes, is a very good option.
No, I don't disagree with the move at all. And remember, we mentioned Tariq, he picked up 8 wickets in 1 innings against Leeward Islands. And there's a left hand at the wicket. He should be very confident at this moment, given how he went in the first game. And as a captain, for me, I always think testing things early is very important. So just to see how your spinners might operate and which end might be best for them, you get these things in your head early on. So at any point in the game, depending on any situation, they'll be able to say, okay, I can bring him from this end, and I think he should be able to be more penetrative, and these sorts of little things come into play, especially in this longer format of the game.
52 for 4.
Yes, and let me remind you viewers, we also have 2 other games being played at the moment at the Park Hill Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands take on Guyana. Guyana was victorious in that first game. Leeward Islands, they drew with Windward Islands. And Trinidad and Tobago is playing Barbados at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Barbados, they won that first game, and Trinidad and Tobago came out on the losing end against Guyana. As we see another change in the attack from the commentary end. Yes, Devin Tyson is going to take up the attack from Salomon Bascom, who bowled quite well for his team. Had a rough start and was taken for a few blows against
this one is set up. First delivery there from Tyson was served up too short, and Walker, who has just faced 8 deliveries, was able to dispatch that one over the deep square boundary, and a welcome boundary there for Jamaica, 56 for 4.
Yeah, too easy for Walker. We know these batters from Jamaica, anything short, they're ready to jump on it. Much better delivery from Tyson on that occasion. You like to call those first deliveries a loosener, Casnell.
Yeah, you even though when you know that you're going to take up the attack, the captain will say to you, loosen up. There's a difference with a ball in your hand, because you must find your areas, and once you do find those areas, it becomes much easier to then pick up a rhythm, because it will be very crucial, because Bascom and Auguste, they really help things for the Windward Islands. So they would want Tyson now to come and pick up that same momentum going into lunch. Haven't seen Tyson operate in the first game. That's what you will get from Tyson. You will not get that anything extra. You will just pitch it up there, allow and seek the swing. He in the first game, he got that ball to swing, and there you see it again. He will put it in that area. He moves that ball. If you had seen him operate the new ball, you would have seen swing movement, and especially if you're a win with him, he gets the ball moved into the left-hander, and that could speak trouble for Jamaica.
Yes, this is my first time seeing the young man, and just the way he runs in and his approach to the wicket, it seems as if he will just steadily, he will hit that line and length, that steady line and length, and let me continue after. Yes, there you go again. That steady line and length continuously, being quite reliable in that area for his team. So, yeah, this is what Test cricket is all about. You know, the longer format. We talk about consistency, and we talk about being patient. Those two words are very important in this format of the game. And here we see this young bowler being consistent and patient in his craft so far. So let's see how Sanjay Walker replies.
So a way movement at the end of the over, 56 Jamaica, 56 for 4 do over at the end of over number 14.
Yes, an impressive over from the young man. Never mind, the first ball was dispatched for 4. But as soon as he found the areas that he needs to work on, he continued there for the next 5 balls. So an impressive start so far from the young man. Tariq Edward is going to continue from what I was calling it the far end, but you know the area quite well, and you just told us that there's a river at the back end there, Casnell. So
you're not satisfied with the river end, or?
It's fine. I did not know there was a river. I'm not too familiar with this area of the country. I'm a tongue girl, and you're more from this side, so you will educate us more.
Pleasure will be all mine. Yes, that's the Cumberland River, and most time you do not find the origin of a river, but that stream way into the mountains, the Hermitage Mountains of Spring Village, and a farming community we are here in Spring Village. People of Coast Hill tend to use that river for washing as well. Coast Hill being a neighboring community. This one is cut, and remember a couple of years ago, Stacey, 2013 to be precise, the river made inroads into the community and reaped havoc. But you know, being the resilient set of people that the people of Spring Village and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are, they were able to reel from that, and things are now at a better place than it was. So Jamaica is somewhat at a better place than they were from 44 for 4. They are now 56 at the end of the 15th over. 56, a maiden over there from Tariq.
Yes, I am. And Jamaicans themselves will be happy with the way these two are going about things after those 4 early wickets. And I spoke earlier about playing the game situation, and so far it looks as if that's what they're doing. Any bad ball that comes, they look like they're going to put it away. They're not afraid to do that, and they respect the good balls. It's the simple cricket. We call it simple cricket because that's all you're supposed to do. But sometimes as players and batters, we get carried away, we get frustrated. These little things will come into play, and it's good to see these young men in a tough situation, and I hope that they continue to bat for their team because they really need it. Still Windward Island, you would say, is on top, but the Jamaicans will be hoping to dig their way out of it.
This was heaved out to third man. It will be slowed down by the grass, the heavy grass that is on that boundary rope. They come back for 2. So Walker moves on to 8 from 15 deliveries. Good batting. Weatherburn, he's 4 from 30.
Interesting shot there from Walker. After watching 5 of those deliveries pass outside off stump in a previous over, he decided to play a shot on that occasion to Tyson.
This one is lofted over the top. A magnificent shot. It now crashes into where we are in the commentary booth, and it goes to 6. A welcome boundary there for Jamaica, and the Walker taking a sweet spot in the bat from Tyson there.
Yes, as I was saying, it's interesting because the previous over he was a lot more watchful. I guess this is where assessment comes into play. He assessed the pace and bunks from Tyson, and he's decided that he can go after this bowler, playing that excellent lofted shot. It didn't look as if he connected properly, but he took his way through the shot, and that was very important to get it lofted all the way for 6 runs.
Well, interesting to see how Tyson responds. This one is cut behind point, and they come back for 2nd. I would not say that Tyson is a bit ill-disciplined in this over. It's just that, as you rightly call it, he assessed the situation. I need to note as well that Tyson, he has the away movement from the right-hander as well. So Weatherburn would have already assessed that as well, and Walker, would have already assessed that. He has that away movement, so he gets closer to the delivery. And we saw earlier on he adjusted his guard. So clearly he wants to get closer to the delivery.
Yes, what you're seeing from Captain Sanjay Walker in this over so far is that he has recognized that Tyson is not as express as Bascom, and he's not getting that extra bounce as Gussie was getting from the other end. So he has decided to take his chance against his bowler, and you mentioned that he was very steady against Weir. If Sanjay Walker is able to...
True, he doesn't have a jump, he doesn't have a leap. Most time in modern cricket, a coach will ask you to get that extra jump. But if that's his style, that's his style. However, with that now, he doesn't extract any sort of pace unless he bowls with his upper body strength. So he would always bowl somewhat of a medium, around a medium pace speed, and would not tend to threaten the batsman. So end of Tyson's over, it's 67 for Jamaica in some rebuilding process.
Yes, and at the end, it's 67 for 4 after 16. And also, something you must note, 16 overs have been bowled. The sun is out. It's a very hot day. Any sort of moisture that was in the pitch has been dried out. So, Sanjay Walker, recognizing that, decided he can play through. It's still a pitch. It's still a pretty good batting surface. And we saw that was highlighted in the game when Barbados and Jamaica took on each other. So Sanjay Walker realizing that he can now play some shots and play through the line of certain shots. Yes. Tariq Edward is continuing to Sanjay Walker. Be interesting to see his approach to the spinner on this occasion. Decided to go after Tyson in the over before, so let's see what he decides to do here.
This one is well swept to fine leg.
Yes, good fielding from Gerald Jeremiah on the square leg boundary to cut that off.
The spectators catch. Many of those spectators catch have caught you off guard. Oh, sloppy piece of work there by Tyson. Misfield. They go make 2 runs there.
To answer your question, Kaznel, not many. The only time they catch me off guard is when the team I'm supporting is in desperate need of a wicket and I see something goes to hand, I start to celebrate. But I know it's with no hope at the end of the day. It's first sign of intent, aggressive intent from Weatherburn since he's come to the wicket. Upton trying to lift that one over to mid-wicket. Instead, it's getting an inside edge and it runs away to the mid-wicket boundary. Collects 2. But I like the temperament from both of these batters so far since the drinks break. It's a rebuilding phase for Team Jamaica and they're doing so quite well. So they need to hold on a bit longer and we keep talking about taking the game phase by phase. So I'll continue after this. Yes, so both of them will be hoping to bat their team through to the lunch break. And that's very important because in the last game, Jamaica kept losing wickets at very critical times, especially when there was about to be a break as well. So they would hope that they don't repeat that same mistake here today, and these 2 can take them up to lunch.
So end of the over. This one is a bit short, pulled away. The man at fine leg comes around. 2 more to the total. So batting will seem a lot easier now. They have spent a lot of time at the crease. Weatherburn has been there for over 5 overs. Well, 6 overs to be precise. Walker he has been there for just over 4 overs, so he would be able to get something about the condition and the pitch now, and the bowling changes have been much easier for him to negotiate with. This one just missed and evades the keeper, dropping short and taking an awkward bounce, and it goes through to the boundary rope. 4 byes there, signaled by umpire Crawford, and the Guyanese just confirming that it went down to that boundary. A welcome 4 there for the Jamaicans.
Yes, I like this little period in the game, Casinel. A bit of mind games being played both by the batter and the bowler. Tyson in his first over to Walker was much fuller to him, and now he's opting to bowl just short of a length to. There you go again, just short of that good length to Walker, because the over after that good length over to him, Walker decided to go after the bowling, judging from where he was pitching it, and now he's decided to bowl it short of a length. So good thinking by both of these players. I'm enjoying this phase of the game so far, Casnell.
Well, Tyson, here's from Grenada. A lot of activities have gone on in Grenada in terms of carnival activities, the job for the past week. This one is flying over this top of first slip, goes down to the boundary. Not a boundary there for the Jamaicans. Disappointment on the face there of Tyson.
Yes, fortuitous boundary, and you can't script it any better than that, Casinel. I was talking about him bowling fuller to Sanjay Walker. Sanjay Walker going at it. Now Devon Tyson, after deciding to bowl him short of a good length, decided to bowl it fuller, and Sanjay Walker right on cue went at it, got the leading edge. Fortunately for him, it flew over the slip's head. So really good battle on by these two young men. I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued at this moment. And he brings back that length instead of pitching it up fuller. So I'm wondering what the next delivery is going to be.
Well, Devon also has a pedigree in terms of batting. He has a good batting stance. He contributes well just in the lower order with the bat for the Windward Islands.
Excellent delivery from the young man. That was a brilliant over, a game within the game. 82 for 4 after 18 overs.
Slower ball, a much slower ball, and that's the thing that Tariq will give on this wicket. He slows it up a lot, and I think that would have been one of the contributing factors as to why he yielded an 8-wicket haul against the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and Weatherburn, after being a very patient young man, decided to go for a wild swing there, and his team would be hoping he doesn't do anything Right, there you go. Just keep leaving it alone like that. A lunch break is coming up pretty soon, so you don't need to lose a wicket here, Team Jamaica.
And Tariq Edwards is from St. Lucia.
The score is 82 for 4 after the 19th over on day 1. There's another change at the commentary end. We have Kurt Murray, another Grenadian. He's going to be taking up the attack from this end. I kind of wanted to see the battle between Sanjay Walker and Devin Tyson continue. I was really loving that little passage of play. Unfortunately, they decided that they need to bring on another spinner.
Well, I think what the captain Auguste is thinking is that he wants to get his spinners in the know. It's coming up to lunch, as you mentioned, and they were looking to see if they could get another wicket or two. Going into the lunch break. Oh, as you see, Porch is coming there from the left arm, Murray. Very small in stature.
Yeah, I have absolutely no issues with a change of bowling. It was just for my own selfish pleasure, for my own viewing.
Okay.
Actually, I was enjoying that little battle between the two of them, but there's a new battle on. Kurt Murray is going to be bowling now. He's a left arm spinner. He's very slow through the air from that first delivery he bowled. Weatherburn is on strike. It's been a while since Weatherburn has faced the delivery from this end, Casnell.
It's interesting the feel that they have for Weatherburn. Well stopped there of his own bowling, a full delivery. There is not a deep mid wicket or a corner fielder there. So I think the captain is asking Murray to pitch that ball outside us, and yes, he pulled that one from way off, and that one will be fielded by the man at fine leg. Tyson cleans it up. A good going to the over so far by Murray, coming in for this game. So Grenadian replacing a Grenadian. The thing I like about Murray, having seen him, he's very slow in the air, and it will ask the Jamaicans to manufacture their own strength. So, and that wicket is turning. You see all the porches, all the inroads of turn, and it will help him in terms of his confidence going forward.
Yes, it's a new track they're playing on. In the Barbados versus Jamaica game, it was a different pitch. Today they have a new surface to contend with. What we notice on that other surface, I'm not sure if this one will play the same, is that the slower you bowl on the wicket, it was better for the bowlers. They were more successful bowling the ball slower. Tariq Edwards operating from the far end. He's bowling at a really good pace and he's getting a bit of movement away from the left-hander. But what I want to see from him is that straighter delivery that can probably cause some issues to Weatherburn, the left-hander at that end, because Weatherburn he's fine just leaving the ball outside the half stump, and he seems to be a patient young man, so unless it troubles him, he's not going to play a shot. So I just want to see that arm ball, that straighter delivery to the left-hander come into play.
as you rightly said, he's just satisfied with just coming there and punching it back um, to the field. I don't think that Jamaica at this time will be looking to look for boundaries or anything of that sort. If the runs are there, if the bad ball is there, yes, they will capitalize. But they're more looking to secure their wicket in just before lunch.
Yes, and that's the right thing to do at this occasion. The situation of the game requires you to play sensibly and just keep blocking it out. Well, now, as we said that he decided to play a sweep shot, but luckily he evades the keeper on that occasion. But yes, the situation of the game is calling. It requires you to be patient, keep blocking deliveries as they come that needs to be blocked. And if a bad ball is there, as you rightly said, of course, put it away. And these young men, the way they play, they are going to put it away. So good going so far by Sanjay Walker and Stephen Weatherburn.
Oh, deployed sweep. This one come down to the fine leg boundary. 4 runs, a welcome boundary. Interesting shot that is, Stacey.
It was a body line delivery and he swept it quite powerfully into the ground and he got 4 runs. So, as we mentioned, any bad balls, they're going to put it away. So, good going by Sanjay Walker.
So, good repairing process going on here for Jamaica. They are 89 for 4. So it's end of the over. $89 for 4.
Come on, let's get the voices up, man.
So Murray to continue. Oh, this one a loud appeal, getting that ball turned into the left-hander. Umpire Crawford decide no, none of that.
Seems to be a bit of inside edge that occasion. Also, we have to keep in mind that
sweep been deployed.
Yes,
again, we've seen that sweep been pulled out by Weatherburn.
Yes, I was saying we have to keep in mind there's a left arm spinner operating to a left-handed batsman. So naturally the angle is heading down. So unless it straightens, but it seems as if there was some inside edge on that occasion.
This is the second time we see an aerial sweep there. Attempting a sweep and it has gone in the air. Interesting delivery there.
Yeah, that was full at that time. Not guarded cleanly by keeper Noel Leo.
I like the approach again. I like the way Murray is bowling. He's not deterred at the size of the man at the wicket. He's just putting it in his area and allowing the wicket to do the rest. Good over, excellent over, end of the over, and they are 92 for 4.
Yes, he's bowling with a really good pace, Murray. It's not giving the batsman the pace that they would hope to be getting. And the way the field is set, it seems as if the captain is anticipating probably the scoring shot for either of these batters will be square of the wicket. So we might see a sweep shot being employed, a pull, or even a cut shot, because he has a man deep point and he also has a man. Well, now the fielder is actually moved around to the mid-wicket area, but he was at deep square leg previously. Well, I'm sorry, there's a new ball and strike, but when Murray is operating, he has the two fielders set deep on the square boundaries, so at deep point and deep square leg. Tariq Edward is going to continue.
You made mention of Tariq having a straighter delivery. I think what happens is when he bowls that straighter delivery, it comes a bit faster. It comes a bit faster out of the hand, more sort of an arm ball looking kind. So it will just go on with the angle. It will not turn. It will not do anything. And I think the whenever he's bowling that, he doesn't line it up towards in terms of the stumps. He just tries to push it outside the out stumps so that it could be left by the batsman. A great shot out to cover region. There's a vacant area, acres of land there, and there you see Weatherburn using it as his benefit. I was able to bring 4 more to the Jamaicans, and they're 97 for 4.
Yes, 2 full on that occasion from Edward, and Walker timed that impeccably through the cover region for an impressive 4 runs to add to his tally. The score moves up to 97 for 4.
This one is pulled out to fine leg. So very steaming condition here, and I'm sure that the beach will be the best place to be now, Stacy, knowing that it is so close but yet so far away from you.
I don't know about you, Kaznel, but I think this is the best place to be. Any place watching cricket is the best place for me, Kaznel.
Close to the beach?
I'm not much of a beach fan. I prefer to be on land.
Okay. It appears to me the swimming techniques are not right.
Definitely not.
So you see a fielder has been placed behind square, shortish behind square for that sweep top edge, because a couple deliveries that he swept, Weatherburn swept, went in the air, aerial. So they have deployed a man there. Great thinking there by the captain. So instead of sweeping now, we see that Weatherburn is more playing on the back foot. So the 100 comes up for Jamaica, and they're 104, 100 for 4 in the 23rd over. 20.
Yes, with the pace that Murray is bowling, I think they will do well with having a man at silly short leg when the right hand is on strike, and probably at silly point in front of the left-hander when Murray is batting. Because of the pace that he's bowling at, it's creating a bit of uncertainty for the batter. They have to wait a little bit longer on him, so they're unsure sometimes whether to sit back and wait for it or to come forward to it. So that might induce a little top edge there and bring in one of those short fielders into play. Something to consider when Murray is reintroduced from the commentary end.
So a little bit of energy seems to be drained out of the Windward Islands. This one is pulled down to mid-wicket, midfield there by Tyson on the mid-wicket boundary, and it rolls into the fence. 4 more runs. The Jamaicans, they move on to 105. 105 for 4.
Yes, elegantly played by Sanjay Walker, the captain. What was impressive about that shot is that he didn't try to hit it too hard. He saw it, it sat up nicely, and he just timed it and placed it beautifully. So, excellent shot from Sanjay Walker.
Walker now moves on to 40. So 40 from 43 deliveries. Sanjay Walker. When you speak of Sanjay, ball him! Ball him! There comes the dance, there comes the jigging. And boy, Edward, he continues his wicket-taking spree here at Cumberland. Jamaica losing their 5th wicket, and the man who that seems to be in form and in touch of rebuilding the innings, he has to walk back just before lunch.
I am not sure if that turned massively or it was an error in judgment on the part of the batter, leaving that space between bat and pad. I'm not sure. It appears as if it was an error in judgment from the batter, leaving that space between bat and pad. And again, the demise of Jamaica, losing another wicket on the stroke of lunch. Number 18, Jose Nortover, the keeper, ran out to the wicket. He looks like he's ready and up for it, Kaznel, but key again for Jamaica. What we talked about earlier, something that you don't want to happen, is losing a wicket just before a break. And just about 10 minutes before that luncheon interval, and Sanjay Walker, who's been batting beautifully today, has lost his off spinner Tariq Edward. But excellent bowling from the young man, and that delivery was slower in nature and it was more pitched up. So good thinking from Tariq Edward on that occasion to dismiss the set batter Sanjay Walker.
Yeah, and that's a good point. It was very much slower. There was a delivery in the previous over that he drove through cover. And he was able to get a 4. And this one, Tariq thinking critically, and he said, okay, let me see, and I'll pitch it, just hold it back a notch slower. And there you see him being deceived by the slowness, and then it got some turn as well, and he was able to send back Sanjay into the hut. The Jamaicans, they lost their 5th wicket, and 106 for 5. What was that partnership? Scorer.
Yeah, it was just. I think he was done for the pace there on that occasion. It was just a lot. It was a lot slower compared to how Tariq was bowling earlier to him, and he was through the shot basically. And as I said, an error in judgment. Leaving that space between the bat and the pad was the batter Sanjay Walker, and allowing that ball to sneak through. Wasn't tight in defense as he should have been on that occasion. But unfortunately, the same sequence of events continues for Jamaica as it did in the first game, and they have lost another wicket just before a break. Kurt Murray is continuing here to Weatherburn. And they've employed a tighter field. They've now decided to have that man at short square leg. I'd still like to see somebody in front of the bat for Weatherburn.
So interestingly, that partnership was 60. And a good rebuilding process there for Jamaica's. Scoreboard looking much better resembling there. Not that they would like to be in this position, but it's much better than it was before that 60 partnership.
Yes, there was a great rebuilding phase between the two batters. They thought well while they were out there. They played through a tough period and they made it through for Jamaica. Unfortunately, losing that wicket at an imperative time. So these two will have to take over and keep them going up to that lunch break.
Oh, that one spun, jumping short in front the first slip, the captain, Auguste.
A bit of change up on that occasion from Murray, Upton to bowl it a little wrong arm on that occasion. So the young man is thinking quite well here for his team. He's looking, he's searching for a wicket. Yes, he generally has a wrong arm action for a left-hander. Casnell had done the ball before, he was even more so on that delivery.
Well, this time he's got him. He's got him. Gone, taken. And boy, oh boy, in the first 2 balls before, it dropped short. And this time he played hard at it. And he was able to find the man at 4 slip. And Jamaica is in more trouble. They are 108 for 6 before lunch.
Well, it's been coming, Casnell. We talk about the pace that the young man has been bowling at, the way he's been using his variation in the over, and a brilliant catch by Captain Akeem Auguste in the first slip position sees the demise of another Jamaican batter, Jose Northover, just coming out to the crease, and Sean Roy, who opened the batting for Jamaica in the first game, is making his way out as a number 8 batter, as they are now 108 for 6.
Well, a serious gamble by Jamaica, even though this is a Super 6 sponsored event. And as you made mention, the opening batter in the previous game comes in at this stage. I wonder what would be the message from the coach or the camp there for Jamaica. Is it to see lunch out or to continue to calculate the risk or capitalize on the total?
Well, you need to keep minimizing the risk at this point in time. So this one is chipped into the mid-wicket area. They come back for 2. But I'll continue to say you need to minimize the risk at this time. You have lost 6 wickets on the stroke of lunch. And you had a very good partnership between Weatherburn and the captain Sanjay Walker, and now that's gone. So these two need to rebuild from here on. So it's very important for Jamaica not to drop their shoulders at this point in time. And the fact that Sean Roy is coming in at this point in time means that they have a very long batting lineup. So it's not beyond them to build a partnership and take the score up to something more respectable than what it is at this point in time. They're currently 110 in the 27th over. And that one just passing through the legs of Captain Auguste at that second slip area. And we were talking about minimizing risk, and that was a risky edge there, played by Weatherburn. A delivery that he probably should have been leaving alone. Found himself playing a shot to, catching the edge, but just falling short of the slip fielder. So again, minimizing risk. That's the only option right now for Jamaica, and not losing any more wickets.
Well, the energy has somewhat restored for the Windward Islands. No ball. Cardinal Sin.
Yeah, it's a no ball, but once a wicket didn't fall at that same time, you don't want to see anything like that happening. The game against Barbados, Auguste Edmond had a wicket off a no ball. Yeah. But stopped by the field that short cover.
Murray. I think what would happen here, there could be another over. Let's see. Yes. There will be another over just before lunch, and I think that is because of the overreach that the spin attack has been going very fast. I'm very much impressed to see at the way, apart from the 60 partnership, Jamaica has not really put on a steady flow of partnership apart from the first wicket.
Yes, and you know how important partnership building is in every format of the game. If you don't build partnerships and lose wickets in clusters, the opposing team will be on top. And then the opposing team can continue to grind you. And that is what we're seeing here now from Team Windward Islands.
So you will agree that it was a good decision to win the toss and up to...
Well, at this point in time, it looks to be a brilliant decision. Because we saw some assistance earlier on, especially when Gassi was bowling. And now you have a team 6 wickets down. Yes, they have 113 runs on the board before lunch, and while that is impressive, I must say that's a good score to have on the board. But the wickets column is what you look over to, and you see 6 wickets down. So that's in favor of Team Windward Islands.
Murray would not be a bowler you expect to extract much bounce. He's very short and small. He doesn't have that high arm action. He has more of a round arm action, as you made mention. How do you see a right-hander approaching Murray in a situation like this?
Well, right now, you need to keep the good balls out. I want to advise him to use his feet because that might be risky. Yes, if the partnership was continuing between Weatherburn and Walker, you probably would have seen one of them using their feet eventually to Murray. But I don't think any of the batters will decide to do something like that at this point in time. But that's one way. You get to see some turn there from Murray, but that's one way to counter him because of the flight that he's getting, and how full he's bowling, the best option might be to use your feet against him. And we see the umpires have taken off the bill, so that means it's a lunch break here at Cumberland Cricket Ground.
Well, the Windward Islands, they will feel the better of two teams going off here. They have won the toss and elected to bowl. They have put the Jamaicans in, and the Jamaicans, they have lost 6 of their wickets in quest, and they have got 114 for 6 after 28 overs. We had a very late start, and we had Bascom, who really started out things there for the Windward Islands. He got 3 for 31 in his hunt for wickets, and Gassi, he got 1, and he really held one end for the Windward Islands attack, and it was Tariq and Murray who really helped to see that partnership that was between the captain Sanjay Walker and Weatherburn of 60. They broke that partnership and was also able to make inroads into Jamaica even further. So it's lunchtime here. We will be back with you in the next 40 to 45 minutes at the Cumberland playing field. So until then, this is the CWI Under 19 Championship Rising Star.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cumberland Cricket Ground, where we have action here between the Windward Islands cricket team and the Jamaica team. Currently, the Jamaica are 114 for 6. Dismissed batters are Adrian Weir. He made 34 of 25 deliveries. Justin Beckford, he made 6 of 11. Jordan Johnson, he made 0 of 3 deliveries. Brian Barnes, 4 of 7. Sanjay Walker, he made 40 of 45, top score so far. Jose Northover, 1 of 6, and Stephen Weatherburn, he's not out on 21, and he was joined by Sean Roy earlier. In the wickets column, Kervin Gassi, he bowled 6 overs for 20 runs, 1 wicket. Tariq Edward, 8 overs, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Devon Tyson, 3 overs, 21 runs, no wickets. Kurt Murray, 5 overs, 10 runs, 1 wicket, and the pick of the bowler so far is Solomon Bascom, bowled in 6 overs, so 31 runs and 3 wickets. I am now joined by former West Indies player and former West Indies selector, Mr. Miles Bascom. Welcome, Miles. How are you?
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. I'm well.
All right, good to hear. How are you enjoying the game so far, Miles?
You're seeing some good talent on show. It's always good to see young West Indian talent.
It's Tariq Edward is continuing from the river end. First delivery was bowled to Roy, and he just got off the mark. He whipped that one off his legs into the square, the mid-wicket region. Yes, Miles, you're actually a talent scout for a West Indies team. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, I'm doing some scouting in this tournament. In the last game, I looked at the Guyana-Trinidad matchup at Park Hill. Very interesting game.
Yes, and let me remind you, Guyana team came out victorious against Trinidad and Tobago in that game at Park Hill. Beaten there by some flight and some pace. Edward, he was successful before going to the lunch break, bowling a slower delivery to Captain Sanjay Walker, hitting the leg stump bail. So Miles, with scouting talents, I'll continue after this delivery. Yeah, so with scouting talents, Mr. Bascom, a lot of people might look at scouting and selecting, and they might want to know what is the difference. Can you give us an idea of what is the difference between scouting and selecting?
Well, selection, I would say, is just an extension of scouting. That the scouting part of it is actually going out and looking at the players during matches. You look for quite a lot of things. While you would get a scorecard at the end of the game, there are so many different nuances in the game, that cannot be represented on a score sheet. The way a batsman handles a period of pressure, and the way he assesses the game, those things you're not able to see on a scorecard.
It's at the end of the over, it's 116 for 6, and that sort of ties into the next question I had for you. I mean, with the range of technology we have on offer these days, it's easy for somebody to just sit on their home and watch a television and just see and say, oh, this guy just scored 50 runs, I'll put him in my team. So why is it so important to have somebody placed at a venue and have an eye on these players?
It's similar to the reason why sitting at home, looking at a game and being in the stadium, it's two different experiences. You get a feel for the atmosphere. Sometimes the game is so tense as a participant. As a spectator looking on from the stand, you can actually see the tension out there. So the players, as a scout, you get to see how the players react, to that level of tension and intensity. and that is important information as well.
Scott Murray is continuing from the commentary end. Before the break, he picked up a very important wicket, making 2 wickets fall before the lunch break. He picked up that wicket of Jose Northover. Yeah, as a scout, Miles, you may look at... We'll continue after this. Yes, so well ball delivery from Scott Murray. Yeah, it must be a tough job as a scout, and a lot of the spectators, they may not be aware of some of the things that you might be looking at. Take, for example, we have 2 young spinners on display. One is a left arm spinner, one is an half spinner. 2 different bowlers in terms of variation and lines. So how do you go about as a scout probably making a tough decision at the end of the day and saying, oh hey, this guy, you put this guy above this other spinner, for example?
Well, it comes back to the difference between scouting and selecting. As the scout, I don't have to pick one over the other, and that is the difference. One of the key differences. As a selector, however, you have to be able to take all of that information, and if it comes to it, you have to be able to select one of those 2 players. But generally, for example, in spin bowling, as you mentioned, there are quite a few key things that you look for. You look for things like consistency, right? You look for variation and flight, change of pace, the way the bowler is attempting to take wickets. If they make the adjustments based on the batsman they're bowling to, if they seem to have a clear plan in terms of how they intend to pick up their wickets. So those things tell you about the type of control that the bowler has over his art.
It's a bit too full on that occasion. It's 117 for 6, Team Jamaica, and Tariq Edward is continuing from the far end. So basically you have the easier of the 2 in terms of jobs, Miles.
Yes indeed. Yes indeed. So I'm basically I would send a report at the end of the game, which would go to the talent identification coordinator for Cricket West Indies, as well as the high performance unit, and my job really is to feed them that information that they cannot get from the scorecard. Anything that I think is of note. We know sometimes you have players. That's a lovely shot.
Yes, much too short on that occasion from Tariq Edward, and Sean Roy being an opening batter. He opened the batting for Jamaica in the first game actually. Needed no second invitation to put that away. To continue what you were saying, Miles.
Yeah, I think I got lost in that shot. I think it was very good use of the feet, use of the depth of the crease.
Yeah, you were talking about the high performance, sending back notes to the high performance center.
Yeah, so I'm basically I would be aiming to feed back information to the high performance department in Cricket West Indies, giving them an opportunity to start to build a profile on each of the players that that would have shown some potential in the tournament. And that information they can use going forward, whether it be for selection to under 19 teams, or as they now have the emerging player programs as players move out of the under 19 age group.
All right, talking about the emerging players program and high performance center, is any such Do you have anything sort of programs coming up in place after this tournament for players that may be selected?
I can't speak to any in detail, but I am quite sure that the high performance unit of Cricket West Indies would definitely have a plan in place. A plan in place for any players that would be coming out of this tournament and are deemed to be, ripe, full of potential.
Just wrapped on the pads but turned down by the umpire. Impact is outside of the line, was outside of the line at that moment. Fuller delivery from Curtin Murray. He's been mixing up his pace quite well and playing with his lines and lengths. Miles, he's quite an impressive young left-arm bowler.
Yes, pretty consistent so far. I think this is his first game, so it has not been a bad outing. He has 1 wicket for his efforts. Aims to mix it up a bit. The pace, I think maybe a little bit full sometimes, but you can see that he has a plan.
Yeah, and that's good to see from the young man coming through. And you spoke about being able to look at players, and we'll continue after this delivery. Yes, quick single taken. All right, well run in the end by Roy and Weatherburn. Yes, you spoke about basically talent assessment and being able to look at talents, and basically you have to take down names at the end of the day. I mean, if it is that everybody on the team, you spot something from everybody, and each team you have to give them all those names, right? But go ahead.
Yes, definitely. It's not an exclusive process at all. It's pretty inclusive. You want to be able to give as much information as you can. Because the more data you have on a player, the easier it is to begin building a profile on that player, and the more chances you get to get eyes on them, the more you can refine that data, and the more you can be certain about what it is that you are seeing in that player.
Ooh, some turn and bounce there. I wonder if that took the outside edge of Weatherburn. The reaction from the team seems to suggest that there may have been an edge there off of Weatherburn's bat. It was dropped by the keeper, or was that just a lot of turn that surprised everybody?
Well, there was no signal for bye from the umpire, so that would have to count as a lost opportunity.
Yes. Over pitch delivery on that time, but getting the outside half of the batter's bat. Roy, they take 2 more runs, and you speak about getting eyes on the players, and I guess that's why the 3-day format is so important to the game. And the last time they were here, they played a 50-over tournament, and this time they've opted to have a 3-day format, which for me is the best format of cricket. I love the longer version of the game, and I guess that's why they decided to have the 3-day format over a 50-over format. I'm just guessing here.
Well, if I had to guess, I would guess the same as well. You have so much more opportunities to see the players. They have more time. The batsmen have time. They're not burdened by required run rates and pass scores. So they have an opportunity to really get in and show their technique. They have to make decisions as to the pace at which they go. So they have to be able to assess conditions as well. And these are all skills that that are important in any format of the game. But definitely the longer formats, force the players to actually have to do these things properly. Whereas the white ball formats, maybe the pace of the game may dictate, what you have to do as a batsman based on a required run rate or a pass score.
Yes, at the end of the over, it's 127 for 6. I firmly agree with you, Miles. The good thing about the longer format is that you're able to see for a longer time. You have 2 innings on each side that you can get to see and assess players' technique and test their skills and the way they think at the end of the day. So it's 3-day format is very important to the youngsters. But thank you very much for this interview, Miles. But I'd like to continue to have you here with me in the commentary booth. Continue to give your assessment and plays as we go along until my co-commentator comes back to join me, if that's okay.
Sure, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. Scott Murray is continuing from the commentary end. And Miles Bascom, he's worn the commentary hat before, so he's no stranger to this position. Oh, bad miss there by Ethan Gibson, giving him no time to recover. A lovely drive from Sean Roy. But an unfortunate piece of fielding from Ethan Gibson at the mid-off fielding position.
Yes, the bowler would be quite disappointed. Not necessarily regulation, but you expect at this level and at this age, you expect a better effort than that.
Yeah, that was played a bit uppishly by Roy. What do you think about the pace that's coming back into the attack? Do you think the spinners are doing enough to stay on for a longer period of time, or would you like to see a reintroduction of pace at any point in time?
Well, I certainly think that there is enough happening there in terms of returns from the wicket for the spinners. There is turn on offer. So it may be a little bit slow, but it just requires a little bit of consistency, trying to get the batsman to come forward. Yes, it's another key part of this format. It requires patience both on the part of the batsman and the bowler.
It's wrapped on the pads, but maybe a bit too high on that occasion, Miles. Yes, it's something that we were talking about. We keep talking about it, especially in this format of the game. The important factors are being patient and being consistent. Those are the key things to success in this format.
Correct. Both, as I mentioned, as batsmen and bowlers alike, it is a format where, as a bowler, you cannot just be economical. You cannot just be economical and expect to get wickets. That does work from time to time, but really, with patient batsmen, you have to find a way to expose some sort of technical flaw or to draw the error out of the batsman. And that is where you force bowlers to use all the skills, all the little tricks, and that is how we develop players.
Too short again by Edward. A good diving effort by Gerald Jeremiah on this mid-wicket boundary, but he's unable to cut that off. A good pull shot from him. Nice use of the crease and just timing and placement on that occasion.
Yes, I think the batsmen have assessed the wicket quite well. They realize that it's a little bit slow. The turn is a little bit slow. So when it's pitched short or short of a length, you have enough time, if you can use the depth of your crease, to get back and hit the ball square powerfully. And so this is where the bowlers have to make that adjustment, and they have to be able to bowl that fuller length without bowling half volleys. And I think this is where these two bowlers have been found wanting since the luncheon period.
Yes, so all the batters need to do is just be a little bit more patient and wait on those bad deliveries to put them away. It's something, as an avid West Indies fan, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Miles, but yes, we have a lot of talent in the Caribbean. We are not short of players who can play cricket. We're not short of the power game, definitely not short of the power game. But what I would like to see, especially from this level coming up, is players with more game awareness and players with the ability to play the situation of the game. And that is very important. And I think this is why the 3-day format is imperative for West Indies cricket going forward, especially starting at such a young level, because you need players. I mean, we love to see that player that can score 100. We love to see the players that can hit the ball far over the boundaries, but we want to see a player that will come in and show great mental toughness and stick it out for his or her team. I have to say her because we also have female cricket being played as well. So this is what I want to see coming out from this 3-day format.
Yes, you are right. It has been one of the major criticisms of our cricket, probably all the levels, from senior team all the way down to under 19s. And it is important that we have players who are able to assess and to play the situation. It's something that we have, we have fallen short of, as I said, at all levels. And definitely this format, this 3-day cricket, gives players the opportunity, right? It gives them the opportunity to put some of these things in practice without the pressure of a required run rate, of needing to score at a particular pace.
It's too short, not able to find a gap on that occasion, Sean Roy. Yes, we'll go back to the innings earlier played by the Jamaica's captain. Played an impressive knock, the young man, and much like the game in Barbados, when they played Barbados. Yes, when they played Barbados, they were in a very tough situation and he had to dig them out. He scored 20 odd runs out of 98 deliveries, and then just at the back end he gave it away. Who knows what difference that could have made had he stayed and batted some more for Jamaica. And here we see today he was batting quite well again for his team, attacking the bowlers when he need to, and then he got out just on the stroke of tea. And I keep talking about Jamaica so far. They have lost wickets at critical times. You weren't here to see the game against Barbados, but you noticed today they lost 2 wickets just before tea, and they lost a wicket just before lunch, and they lost a wicket before the drinks break as well. And it's something that was happening in the game against Barbados. They kept losing wickets at critical breaks, right? They lost wickets at just before the lunch break, the last wicket just before the tea break, and it continued here again today, Miles. So that's what I'm talking about, playing the situation of the game, thinking it through thoroughly before you play certain shots and before you do certain things. So I'm hoping that these two batters, Weatherburn and Roy, can set a different example for Jamaica going forward.
Yes, a lot of it has to do with awareness, and again, practice, right? Having those opportunities to to do the right thing, right? An area that we struggle in, as all the way up to international cricket. And again, this is what this 3-day format will allow these players, give them an opportunity, especially coming off of no cricket for the last 2 years and probably a high diet of white ball cricket in some cases.
So new bowler has been introduced at the far end. It's Corvin Gassi, who bowled the opening spell along with Solomon Bascom. He was hitting some really good areas. The ball is slightly older now, so let's see how he goes with it, maybe bringing some variations into play along the way. And that was too high on that occasion. But Gassi, he was getting some good bonks throughout his spell, and I was quite impressed by his steadiness as he ran into bowl, and he was hitting that area, these good areas consistently. So he has been reintroduced into the attack from the far end.
Yes, he has been quite consistent. I think probably just at the end of his first spell, he probably started to tire a bit. So that last over was probably his least consistent one. But he seems to be refueled and ready again. And he's back to his usual consistent self.
Yes, this over is shipping up quite nicely so far. He's bowling to Weatherburn, who has been there for 89 deliveries for his team. Just falling short at the man at mid-off. I was just talking about how Weatherburn has been there for 89 deliveries and toughing it out. And this has been one of the first errors I've seen from him. Fortunately, not going to hand. The man at mid-off was too far back. And he wasn't able to take that catch. It's decent comeback over from Corvin Gassi. The score is 137 for 6.
Yes, and it may just be a case for Weatherburn, having had a pretty large diet of spin since he's gotten there. I think it's his first, that would have been his first batting, his first over of pace bowling. So he would not have seen that ball come off the wicket at pace. And he was through that shot a little bit early. From what I've seen, from that fullish of a good length, the ball seems to just be holding in the pitch a bit. Makes it difficult to play those shots on the up. Those persons who have been successful so far are the ones who would have really let those balls come to them, and then they would have taken advantage of the shorter balls when they sit up.
Yes, Murray is going to continue from the commentary end. Yes, and that's an example of what you were talking about. Just letting the ball come to you and being able to play your shots. Not able to find the gap on that occasion, but waiting just a little bit longer will be beneficial to these batters. Yes, I think that may have been the undoing of Sanjay Walker, Jamaica's captain. Probably didn't wait that bit longer in the delivery, and that's why he got beaten in between his bat and his pads. You may have had a different insight on that if you remember how he got out, but from my point of view, it looked as if, from my vantage point, it looks as if it wasn't the pitch. It wasn't like, it didn't spin a lot. The delivery didn't spin a lot. It just looked like an error in judgment of his part, not holding his shape long enough, for example. I think that from my vantage point, that may have been his undoing.
Yes, I read it the same way. Probably just reach into it a little bit, as opposed to letting it come. And as soon as you start to reach into the ball, then you manufacture that space between your bat and pad.
Yes, that was 2 full on that occasion, and that was dismissed by Sean Roy. He looks to be a little bit more aggressive than what I've come to know of him since the first game in Jamaica. He was a bit more watchful, but he was opening in that game against Barbados, today he's been sent down the order, and he seems to be a little bit more aggressive, looking to put away anything loose, and that was 2 full on that occasion from Kurt Murray. This one is played in the air, but I don't think there's anyone there. I feel that square leg runarounds and cuts it off. 2 short from Murray, 2 full and now 2 short.
Yes, so I think probably a little bit of inexperience here, or maybe even lack of cricket from Murray is showing in his spell now. Previous ball was full and angled down the leg side, and then this one short again into the wicket and sitting up, as we have seen so far, presenting an easy opportunity to score.
Yes, it's 143 for 6, and Jamaica rebuilding well here after the loss of those 2 wickets back to back just before the lunch break. So they'll be hoping that these two, Weatherburn and Roy, can continue to build for them. It's nicely pitched up. You were talking about ever so often when the ball is pitched up, it causing some problems for the batters out there. And you see Gassi. It appears as if he's trying to pitch it up as much as possible in this spell.
Yes, full and a good length. It just seems to be sitting in the wicket that bit longer, just enough to unsettle the batsman. So I think that is an area that can be exploited. I'm fairly confident that the Windward Islands team is aware. They have always had a catcher on the drive, which is one of those areas that you can exploit when the wicket is playing like this. But the Jamaicans have adapted well.
That one kept a bit low on that occasion to Sean Roy. Yes, I like the temperament of these two batters. They're quite watchful as well, and that's very important in this phase of the game. You're 144 and you've lost 6 wickets, but the scoring rate is not bad. They're scoring at just over 3 runs and over. Well, over 3.5 runs and over. It's a slower bumper there to Roy. Maybe it surprised him a bit, the bounce on that occasion.
Yes, I think he was through that shot very early as well, so that might have held up in the wicket. The Jamaican batsmen I think they have sort of understood the tempo, understood the areas where they can score. So they are very watchful to those balls that are on that full length, like that previous delivery, and anything that is shorter, they are very quick to pounce. So very short and very full. They're still keeping that positive mindset, still looking to score, and as a result, they find themselves in a pretty good position and able to put some pressure back on the Windward Islands team.
Ooh, some luck going Jamaicans were there. Played down into the pitch, almost going back onto his off stump. Luckily for Weatherburn, that was not the case. I like the way he drives. He drives pretty well. He has a nice technique when he drives, and it's really good to see him still out there sticking it out for his team. He scored 94 balls. He's left pretty well. Anything short and wide, he's ready to put it away. So Jamaica team will be hoping that this young man, he's playing his first game today, he didn't play in the first one against Barbados, that this young man, Stephen Weatherburn, can continue and pile on some runs for Team Jamaica. So at the end of the 39th over, it's 145 for 6. And Kurt Murray is going to continue from the commentary end. Yeah, that area right there seems to create some uncertainty for the batter.
Yes, and the issue for the Windwards is that they have not of late been able to, to repeat, to bowl consistently into that area of uncertainty.
Yes, Murray will do well to keep walking away at that area there, and if he continues there, the captain could actually bring the field a little tighter, maybe getting a man in front of the bat.
Yes, exactly. It's quite clear from the reaction of the batsman that they're very wary of that particular area. And there is no reason why a spinner shouldn't be able to hit that consistently.
Terrific shot played over the long on boundary for 6. A small man in stature is Roy, but that was a big shot, Bascom.
Yes, as I said, the Jamaican batsmen are pretty clear in terms of their plan to score. So anything that is full and close, they pounce on. Anything that is short and sits up, they also look to pounce on. That one was on the full side, and the batsman took full advantage.
Well, I'm not seeing third umpire cut, but McDonald with the box of balls as just yet. Usually once the batters get a hold of the bad deliveries, you usually see the umpire running out, but maybe it's well on its way back into the Cumberland cricket ground. And as I speak, Mr. McDonald makes his way out with that box of balls. It's a small ground, and the players, once you hit them, they usually still lost because of the lush vegetation all around us here at the Cumberland cricket ground. The ball was retrieved, so we're back in action shortly. At the end of the over, it's now 151 for 6. Jamaica, they're not scoring at a bad run rate at all. They're scoring at 3.77 runs per over, and that's a healthy run rate in the 3-day format. But the problem will be the wicket columns. Windward Islands, they know like they're probably 1 or 2 wickets away from really showing their authority to Team Jamaica at this moment. But this is a good partnership so far from Roy and Weatherburn since the lunch break. Quick single taken. Had that been picked up cleanly, that could have been some problems there, but not fielded cleanly by Tyson at a short mid-wicket area.
Yes, the Windwards has to be very careful. I think this is a very critical point in the game. This partnership is starting to blossom. As you mentioned, they are scoring at a healthy rate. It is important that as a team, the Windwards realize that they they are, as you mentioned, just 1 or 2 wickets away from taking command of this game once again. And the beauty about the three diversion, you have to take these wickets. There is no over limit.
Yeah, you must take these wickets unless a team decides to declare, and Jamaica is nowhere near declaring at this point in time. I'm pretty sure they're nowhere close to the score that they would have had in mind this morning when Windward Islands won the toss and sent them into bat. They're 153 for 6 in the 44th over. So they'll be hoping to get a lot more than this, at least 150 more in this 3-day format. Whipped off the pads ferociously from Weatherburn and hit a misfield on the fine leg boundary by Solomon Bascom. It is. Sees Weatherburn picking up a boundary. So the Windward Islands team, they have to be mindful of the wheels falling off a bit here. They just missed a run out chance. They had a few misfields, so they need to tighten things up, because they were in command before the lunch break. They don't need Jamaica to run away with the game at this point in time.
Yes, the catching has been good. However, the ground feeling, I think, has left quite a bit to be desired. I think the overall energy in the field as well, it seems to be down. And while it is a game where a lot of patience is required, there also has to be some proactiveness and some planning, right? And there we see another opportunity, probably run out at both ends, and the batsmen are able to get in and maintain their partnership.
Yes, a wild throw back to the keeper, too high, so he was unable. If he had collected the ball over his stump, it definitely would have been a chance there for Windward Islands. So these little opportunities that are coming their way, they need to capitalize on them. Too short, helped off the pads there. Good stop this time from Solomon Bascom, not repeating his mistakes. But Roy and Weatherburn, they're building quite nicely here for Jamaica.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. I'm seeing a plan from the Windward Islands. They seem to be going through the motions a little bit. A little bit lackluster in the field. Inconsistency by the bowlers providing easy scoring opportunities. So now we see the captain Auguste coming in to bowl some of his part-time leg breaks.
Yes, Akeem Auguste, he captained the West Indies under-19 team in that recently concluded 50-over World Cup. Not quite as recent as I may have said recently concluded, but the last World Cup that was held in the Caribbean, Akeem Auguste was the captain for West Indies under-19 team. Yes, the way the field is set as well, and the way the motion the team is going through, you might think that Jamaica has 300 runs on the board, Miles.
Yes, Definitely the Windwards need to lift their spirits, need a little bit more energy in the field.
Yes, the thing with the 3-day format is that, I mean, these are young men and they have a long way to go, and I'm pretty sure all of them aspire to play for the West Indies under-19 team and even further the West Indies senior men team sometime in their future. And something they need to realize is that the game is played in phases, and this phase belongs to Jamaica. So Windward Islands, they have to find a way to break through in this phase and come out on top and then keep walking away at Jamaica. But the game has ebbed and flowed beautifully. This morning, Adrian Weir and Jamaica was on top. Then Solomon Bascom came through with a wonderful spell. An appeal turned down by Crawford. First appeal probably since the lunch break. So yes, I was saying the game has ebbed and flowed beautifully. Adrian Weir and Jamaica, they were on top in the first half an hour of play, and then Solomon Bascom, he came back, he picked up those 3 crucial wickets, and Gassi, he picked up 1. Then they had a wonderful partnership between Weatherburn and the captain Sanjay Walker. Then they picked up 2 quick wickets just before lunch, and now Jamaica seems to be in control with Weatherburn and Roy building and partnership looking quite comfortable. A 52 runs partnership, I was just informed by the scorers, looking comfortable at the wicket. Jamaica now 160 for 6. Yes, and I would just like to thank Mr. Miles Bascom for giving his insight and sharing some of his commentating skills as well. I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Kaznel Morris. So thank you very much, Miles Bascom.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Right. I'm sure the viewers, they got a better understanding of scouting and selecting while listening to you. And Mr. Kaznel Morris is now back with me. Kervin Gassi is going to continue from the river end. Was played off the pad, fielded by the captain at what seems to be a leg slip position. Interesting field setting here at this moment, Mr. Morris. You have a leg slip employed. You have a fine leg, but you don't have a square leg, so I can't really say that I'm going to expect short pitch bowling delivery, but let's see what Mr. Gassi has up his sleeve. Oh, and it was short indeed, but dying on its way to the keeper. Interesting.
Well, actually, it's the captain Auguste who have seen that opportunity. I must say good afternoon to you, Stacey. Good afternoon to the viewers. I was just reeling from some lunch, a very delicious and tasty lunch, I must say. Yes, the Jamaicans 53 partnerships so far. They're doing very well, and these are the little partnerships that are needed to get back into the game. It's a 3-day game, and you should not put your head down and think that all is down and out. 160 for 6 is still looking better than they were before lunch. Roy is on 32, and Weatherburn, who have weathered the storm, he's some 34 from 100 balls, and clearly he has shown great temperament and patience to see Jamaica through at this time.
Yes, both of these batters are doing quite well for their team. I'm pretty sure the camp will be proud of them, given the position they were in earlier on. Credit to Sanjay Walker as well, the captain. He really showed, he came out and showed the other batters how to bat on the wicket. Unfortunately, he lost his wicket just before lunch. But Weatherburn and Roy, they're doing a marvelous job for their team at the moment.
I think you made mention before lunch that Roy he opened the batting in the last game, and so that clearly the depth shows the depth of batting, and the Windward Islands should not feel as if 6 wicket they're already through to the tail of the Jamaicans. What I could say here for a certainty is that Jamaica not going down under without a fight.
Definitely not. And I think the Windward Islands team, they have relaxed a bit after lunch. I was hoping to see more attacking plans from them. However, it seems like they've relaxed a bit. Even the field setting, they're just allowing Jamaica to get on top of things. And this is where Jamaica now has to cash in, because the field is not set as aggressively as it was before. So this is the opportunity to bat longer, bat deeper, and score a lot of runs. You might see a lot of, you're now seeing a little bit more intent between these two as well. You're seeing some drop and runs. They're putting away every bad delivery, of course, and then you're also seeing the drop and run come into play.
Well, this one's a missed out delivery. Down the left side, but full. Auguste mislining that one.
Yes, you might say that Jamaica, they should look at it as a victory that they forced a change in that the captain, Auguste, has decided to come into the attack and bowl some leg spinners to these batters. He's bowling well, he's mixing it up quite well, but Jamaica should take heart from the fact that they didn't allow one of the other bowlers to get their wicket, as Team Windward Islands would have been hoping for, from Murray and Gassi. Too short on that occasion, and that was hit through the cover area and 4 runs to Weatherburn. Another misfield from Ethan Gibson, this time on the cover boundary, not being able to pull that back in, and the batter cashed in with 4 more runs.
What Jamaica shouldn't, the Windward Islands should not do here is tend to feel as if they are already having Jamaica under the pipes. They have to keep knocking at the doors of the Jamaicans, and Jamaica in themselves, they have to continue to put the pressure on the Windward Islands. We're seeing a balance of scale where you see energies are being turned in terms of when a wicket fall or when a partnership is being built. They're still in their youthful stage, and they should understand. I think they have an understanding of what it is to have different energies. 164 for 6 at the end of the 44th over. They are not going very bad, Jamaica. However, what they don't want to do is to lose 2 quick wickets before tea here.
Yes, and a drinks break will be coming up shortly as well. So they'll have to make sure that they don't lose a wicket. There's a change in the bowling from the far end or the river end, whichever you prefer. Tyson is being reintroduced into the attack from that end, and he's going to be bowling to Roy. Tyson was very steady in his first 2 overs, but he was taken to the cleaners by Sanjay Walker before he was dismissed. I think Sanjay Walker got the upper hand. I'm just assessing the way he was bowling. But there was a nice battle between the two of them on before he was taken off. So he's going to continue here from the far end. As it seems, the plan from the Pacers for Windward Islands is to go as full as possible. I may be wrong, but the way Gassi was operating, he was very full. And here we see Devin Tyson. He's been reintroduced into the attack, and he's also opting for a fullish length against these batters.
Yes, he should look for get that ball going up. This is the 45th over. The new ball is a bit a distance away. So clearly, you either have to try and skittle out the Jamaicans before the second new ball is available. What you don't want is these constant partnership keep nagging you and wagging your tail, as they would say. They wagging the tail. So the Jamaicans will be looking to capitalize and blossom even more. I mean, they're bearing fruits now from a partnership all around with 60, and now this one is going up to the same 60 area partnership, and clearly the Winner Island seems that they are comfortable with just giving the ones and twos around.
Yeah, while you mentioned tail, they are wagging of tail. I make a move to eliminate the term tail enders in cricket.
What are the bats?
Yes,
Sorry.
these days, all of these batters, they're handy with the bat. They're coming in at the lower end of the order. Lovely pickup shot over the mid-off fielder. The outfielder is a bit slow, so it won't go for a boundary, but lovely timing from Sean Roy.
Powerful return too as well.
Oh no, another
sloppy walk there. Yeah, sloppy walk there by the Windwards again, and you could see it in their field, poor backing up there, and they were able to come through for a third.
Yeah, we're talking about the Windward Islands looking a bit relaxed since the lunch break. So they need to step things up a bit more. Just look a little bit more agile in the field. They got the 6 wickets and they just need a wicket or 2, and they would feel like they have made inroads into bowling out Team Jamaica. But this partnership at the moment has deterred them. So Windward Islands, they need to find a way to break through this stunning partnership between Weatherburn and Roy. It's at the end of the over. It's 167 for 6. Jamaica taking a fight to Windward Islands.
Yes, they are. They are doing that at the moment, and Jamaica clearly is in the driver's seat. They will be somewhat at ease now at where they are in terms of a total, and having the pressure being placed back onto the Windward Islands. It's hot sun here, so the heat will be penetrative on the players. So as Captain Auguste, he will go now for his third over.
Full and wide, called up wide by umpire Shannon Crawford as well. As the plan from Windward Island seemed to be to attack the stumps and the pads as much as possible. Not bad, but what they need to be doing is assess. Yes, for me, I'm not saying that everybody should follow any plan, but my plan would be assess each of the batters based on their weaknesses and try and work on that. Oh, excellently bowled there from Auguste, and that's the line and length that you need to be working at. In cricket, certain line and lengths they trouble some batter, and it. Ooh, another misfield by the man at point. They hustle back for 2. Yes, in cricket, not all line and lengths will trouble every batter. And I think everyone can agree with me on that. So you have to reassess things. You have to look at what troubles Roy and then compare it to what troubles Weatherburn. It's a long game that we're playing, and that's part of the process. That's part of learning cricket, learning the game. It's also learning different batters. The longer the bat, the better you are to pick up certain things from them. So that's what Windward Island should be doing at this point in time. Yes, the wicket doesn't seem to be offering much, especially now. The ball is older, the sun has dried it out a bit. So what you need to do now as a bowling unit is work on each batter's weaknesses, and that might be the best way to go in picking up a wicket at this point in time.
170 for 6. I totally agree with you there, Stacey. Um, One of the things that I would also say to that is that you do not want them to be at the crease or amount of hours that they become so comfortable and they begin to add total an amount to the total. Even if I remember in the first game that the Windward Islands, they held the batsmen for the Leewards at bay, meaning that yes, they were at the crease, but they were not scoring. In this case, it is different. The batsmen at the crease, they are scoring runs. So you have to be careful and calculated in how you're doing that.
Yes, indeed so. Yes. They are now up to 170 for 6 since that lunch break. So I'd like to see a little bit more of an attacking feel in play. The way the field is set right now, as I mentioned before, it just looks like, Windward Islands, they're waiting on the batters to make a mistake. And it's best to be proactive rather than reactive. So get things in place now. So if a chance is created, you would have a fielder in place to take that opportunity rather than waiting for an opportunity to go begging.
Credit also must be given to Weatherburn because he's 109 deliveries for his 38th run. So clearly, he has shown pedigree of patience in this innings, and that is what is frustrating for the Windward Islands. He's there, and he continued to add to the total. And I am impressed with his attitude at the crease, and with Roy being there, Roy having a faster run rate, strike rate to say, than him. But that is not really the importance of the matter here. The importance was that the partnership earlier on weathered the storm, and it have now allowed them to set sail, and that is what they're doing now.
It's a lovely drive from the young man. He drives quite well, Weatherburn, finding the fielder on that occasion. Yes, indeed so. The important thing is the partnership, not so much who's outscoring who at the moment. And I don't think these batters will be thinking about that. What they'll be thinking about is the next task at hand, which will be seeing their way to at least 200 runs. It's driven again, yes. Getting to the water break, seeing their way to 200 runs, then get into the tea break. And then from there, the think tank of Jamaica can make some reassessments or some evaluations in terms of how much more runs they will want to add to pose a challenge to the Windward Islands batting unit. So they just need to take things step by step, as it appears as if they're doing at this moment, Team Jamaica.
And that's what you're going to get from Tyson. He's going to bowl wicket to wicket and straight. As we see the jinx break at this time been taken. The Jamaicans are 172 for 6 after the 47th over. Weatherburn is 40 and Roy on 37.
Yes, and I'm very happy to see that a wicket did not fall within that period. I'm very happy to see as an avid cricket fan, and I'm sure other Jamaican fans would be as well. So good going so far by Weatherburn and Roy, Team Windward Islands. After the drinks break, they'll be hoping to break through. The score is 172 for 6, and we're going to take a short break and be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the lovely Cumberland Cricket Ground. I know you're unable to see it on the camera, but just on our right here is a lovely little beach that Kaznel has been wishing he could jump into. Nice birds around, nice scenic ground that we have here at the Cumberland, at the far leeward end of the island. Elsewhere, just let me remind you that at the Park Hill Cricket Ground, Guyana is playing, well, at the Annisville Cricket Ground, Barbados is taking on Trinidad and Tobago. And also at the Park Hill Cricket Ground, Guyana is playing Leeward Islands. And here at the Cumberland Cricket Ground, Jamaica is playing Barbados. At the moment, Jamaica has fought their way to 172 for 6 after being in some early trouble, being 46 for 4. They're now 172 for 6. Weatherburn and Roy has formed a significant partnership for Team Jamaica, and they are fighting their way, hoping to make it to 200 plus and more. Auguste, captain of St. Lucia, is going to continue bowling from the commentary end to Sean Roy. Sorry, I keep saying Barbados. I was commentating the Jamaica versus Barbados game, so I'm a bit stuck on that. So, Windward Islands, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Windward Islands is playing Jamaica, and Jamaica is 172 for 6 at the moment. Captain of the Windward Islands team, Akeem Auguste, is bowling some leg breaks from the commentary end. Yes, I am still joined by my co-commentator, Mr. Kaznel Morris.
Yes, Stacey, it's just a bit of quiet moment between the Windward Islands bowling attack. They're not really showing that impetus to the bowling. However, what they need to do is to just do something extra, put in an extra feeler somewhere that you may want some excitement. That is not an orthodox feel, and when you create some of the unorthodoxy, what you do there is that you question also the batsman's mind.
Big shot down the ground from Weatherburn. This time he decides to drive it on the up, and that was successful for him. He moves on to 44. Beautiful pickup shot from him, Kaznel.
Yes, excellent shot. He realized that the mid on and mid off. Well, sorry, the mid on was up. Mid off was up, and then he used that opportunity to go over the top, and I got maximum for that.
Yes, the Windward Islands team, they should be looking to make something happen rather than waiting for something to happen at this point in time. One more ball remaining in this over. Well played by Sean Roy. Him and Weatherburn look quite comfortable at the wicket so far. 178 for 6, 48 overs bowled.
So Nathan Edwards takes up back the attack from the river end. The pace bowler comes off. Tariq Edwards, sorry, not Nathan. Nathan is for the Leewards, but this is Tariq Edward. I had a lot of mix-up when I was doing the Windward Island and Leeward innings. This one is a bit fuller in length. just about that Yaka length, what you call. So he's bowling a bit faster. It seems to be deployed for Tariq. Bowling to Weatherburn. So he got some hand onto that one. And somewhat slowed it down. Stacey, we see that during the break, the water break, Roy had to be given some cool rag, somewhat of a cool down. It is stinging heat out there, and it is taking a toll on him. What do you think that the Windward Islands should do, seeing that he's getting that fatigue in the wicket?
Well, it is indeed a pretty hot day, but the young man looks quite comfortable at the wicket at the moment. Maybe they might try to bring back Bascom and shake things up a bit with the pace that he has to offer. Yes, but the young man is batting quite well. He's built an excellent partnership with Weatherburn, and they've moved the score up to 179 for 6 after 49 overs. Yes, but they can try to see if Bascom could probably pick up a 4th wicket. He had 3 wickets earlier. He was the chief destroyer for Windward Islands. So maybe bringing back some more express pace just to see how the batters react to it. That won't hurt Windward Islands at this point in time.
So, captain continues, Auguste. The Auguste seems to have a wide repertoire delivery. We've seen the googly, he pulled the googly.
Yeah.
And sorry. And he mixed them up a lot. What I'm particularly impressed with as well, he has the control. So I'm not too sure if you have been doing some network with that delivery. This one is too short. Got enough time to rack back on that one and put it over the mid-wicket boundary 6, and that brings up the 50 for Weatherburn. What a way to bring up a 50.
Yes, a fist pump from the young man. That is an important knock for his team. And then he just rocked, but he waited on that delivery beautifully and just rocked back and pulled it over the mid-wicket boundary fence. And just too short by Auguste, who's on his knees at the moment, and he has a lot of thinking to do as a captain of this team as well as he is bowling. So another ploy, I would say, apart from bringing back maybe Bascom, who's a quicker bowler, who's been the quickest bowler on display for the Windward Islands so far, maybe just try and tighten the field a little bit. I know every now and again there's a drag down delivery, but the bowlers should be mindful of bowling more consistent line and length. Just finding that area and keep walking away at that area, and then they can set the field tighter, creating that illusion to the batters that something is happening here for the bowlers. Sometimes you have to play mind games, Colonel. It's not just about the game is here, let's play it. Sometimes you have to play mind games with the batters, make them believe that something is happening there on the wicket, and that will only happen by tighter field setting.
Well, this one again gone over the mid-wicket region, and another. Well, the umpires are confirming. Well, another 6. Yes. Stacey, well, Weatherburn have seen enough of it. They have been there for some 123 deliveries. And he said, I've had enough now. I believe that I could get the license to go.
Yes, the young man is showing all of his strengths here, by that powerful shot he just played a while ago. Yes, he drives pretty well, but he's also flexing his muscle, whipping that one off his legs all the way for 6 over the mid-wicket boundary previously. So 191 for 6, 50 overs bowled. Weatherburn is on 58 of 125 deliveries, and Roy is 38 of 79 deliveries. The captain Auguste, he has gone for 26 runs from his 5 overs. Edward is continuing from the far end.
So the toiling in the vineyard here for the Windward Islands continue. You see Tariq is bowling, Edward is bowling with much slower pace. I remember what his 8 wicket haul in Anazil in his first match. He used the wind to much effect, where he was pitching that ball when it was slower, more wider of the arm stump. This time he's getting it a bit straighter. So he's trying to extort as much as less turn he can from the batsman for Jamaica. And Rory now moves on. Weatherburn moves on to 58. Rory is on 40.
I know there's been a lot of shots played throughout this partnership, but what I'm particularly impressed by is the way they have come out and left deliveries that needs to be left. Well played down the leg side. It'll run close to the boundary, but I don't think it will get there. Fielded by Ethan Gibson. Yes, I'll continue to say they have left well. They've left on length. They have left on line, and when the bad balls come, they've put it away. So something to be admired by these two in the Jamaican camp at the moment. The way they have come out and showed a fighting spirit. And the score is now 195 for 6 after 51 overs.
So just as Stacey have been requesting change in the bowling, we see Bascom coming back from our commentary booth end. He was one who led the attack earlier on, and he got a free for 31 in 6 overs. I'm currently joined here in commentary by Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Kishon Shallow. Kishon, welcome to Cumberland. I must say, this is a place where you're accustomed to. Course, it'll be not too far. Course is where your I should say, your boat place is.
Yeah, good afternoon, Casnell. Good afternoon to listeners, viewers. Yeah, always good being in Cumberland. Home for me. I remember, some really fun memories being right on the beach there. Casnell, as I'm sure you two would have had some fun days there walking down from Spring Village.
Of course.
Yeah, lovely place for cricket. Beautiful facility here at at Cumberland playing field, thanks to the National Lotteries Authority. They have really done a fantastic job at getting this facility always ready for cricket, whether local or regional cricket. And it's really pleasing to see some under 19, some youth cricket being played here, regional cricket as well.
Shall I'm particularly impressed at the standard of cricket from the under 19s. They have really been playing a high level standard of cricket in terms of the patience, in terms of the attitude towards the game. Is that part and parcel of the work done by the CWI?
Well, as you know, there was a 2-year break because of the pandemic. And the last time this tournament was played would have been 50 overs, some 2 years ago. And I suspect for most, if not, well, a significant majority of the players, this will probably be the first time that they have been, they are playing the longer format of the game. They would have, some of them would have played 50 overs, some of them would have played even T20 at national levels, local levels. But you could see as a force for some, and it takes some adjustment. I could see a few of the players looking tired already. But certainly, Cosnell, this format is quite important. Obviously, these guys need to play a lot of the longer format of the game to prepare for Test cricket, which ultimately should be the aim of each of these players. So it's really fantastic that we are getting to, this level of cricket, this type of cricket, this format for these youngsters to get the exposure from very early.
Very much so. The Windward Islands in Jamaica, they're here doing battle. The Jamaicans, they were all in a bit of trouble. They were at one point. They were 100 for 6 at one point. They are now 197 for the same 6. So clearly, good work, and as you alluded to, the ability to play Test cricket is really exhibiting here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good fight from these two batters. They're showing determination, they're showing grit. Quite often we see teams falling after being in those sort of all the difficulties. 100 for 6. I guess the wicket. I don't know how the pitch played this morning. I didn't watch those all the overs in the day, but I could see still a bit of moisture on the pitch. So I suspect it would have been a little tricky for the batsmen earlier. But really commendable of these two youngsters. I think probably 60 plus partnership going now, maybe even 70. And it's good. It's good fight. These are the kind of things that the selectors will be looking for.
This one is too short, pulled away behind square. It will not reach to the boundary. It will just be held up there by the grass. They come back for 2. But the pedigree of batting we are seeing there from the batsmen, and you have travelled around the tournament, some of the venues where other games have been played, and you have seen some great temperament and skills, and the scores coming out of the first round game. You should be impressed, being the vice president of CWI, that the future of cricket, of West Indies cricket, is in good hands.
Yeah, I was a little concerned earlier before the tournament started. Haven't seen I was in Trinidad when they played the original Honored 17 tournament recently, and the players were quite aggressive. The batters extremely aggressive, and you could almost see the impact of the 20 on these players, and that I guess is as a consequence of a lot of T20 cricket on TV. And players looking at that, not being able to play much cricket in the last 2 years. And so I was a little wary that these guys are going to come into this format trying to be, ultra aggressive still, not realizing the need to adjust. But I mean, much credit to them, to the players. Some really good knocks. I look at some on TV from Cumberland in the last game, so I saw the 100 from the young 15-year-old for Barbados. A very good knock. He had another batsman. I think the captain was batting and was looking really good up until he tried a reverse sweep. Right, and then at Annisvale, I saw young Stefan Pascal played and scored 80-something. And in the other games where I watched, so you saw some batters, applying themselves.
But this one applying himself is a Weatherburn, and he have had enough of Murray, and he saw that one and he dispatched it over the boundary for 6. So that brings up the 200 there for Jamaica. They average 200 now for 6. They're into the 53rd over.
And this is really impressive batting. You could see these guys. I mean, since I've been here observing, even on my way to Cumberland, you listen to the commentary from you guys, and watching, and you see they're applying themselves. Playing out, defending the good deliveries. Just like that. But then when the loose deliveries come, and they are going to come as cricket, they have been dispatching them really well. Good execution. So it's really good batting from these two players.
In terms of the gap between the under 19 and the senior team, what is next for players after this part of their journey?
Well, this tournament is obviously, it's supposed to be an annual tournament, which is really to expose youngsters. It's part of the development pathway to become an international cricketer, senior. Right, from this tournament, the selectors, they're a selection panel here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, covering this tournament, led by the talent identification manager Robert Haynes. And he and his colleagues will be trying to identify players to keep in a program, to be in a program with an eye on the World Cup, the next World Cup, under 19 World Cup. Majority of these players this year would be eligible then. So it would be to identify a group of players, I suspect probably a 30-man squad, and then keep them, have them engaged in different programs, whether it's training camp in Antigua or some long arm support from the coaches at the high performance, and just keeping them close, right, and preparing them for a World Cup in 2 years' time, or just under 2 years from now. And I think that will be key. Obviously, some of them, Auguste, he is already in the emerging program for CWI now, and along with a couple others who have been in the setup for about 2 years now. So they are being exposed, but it is a fantastic opportunity just to get these players playing competitive cricket again. I mean, that I think is a fantastic achievement.
This one is played down to the vacant third man area. They will come back for the second run. They're 207 for 6. The recovery here by Jamaica. What do you see here in Cumberland would be a good total to set that will earn you even if not an outright point, maybe 4 innings?
Well, I think what Jamaica will be looking at is just batting as long as possible. You could see these guys, they haven't really, their approach doesn't indicate that they are trying to up the tempo. They're just batting and playing on merit. And I'm sure that if they could bat out today, they'll be quite happy, especially coming from a position of just over 100 for 6. Right, so they'll be telling themselves, let us go to maybe 300. Puts them in a very good position that they won't be able to lose the game for me.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they should be in a position, must be able to get a win coming out of this game because they have lost the first game. Windward Island will feel better. He's bowled him! My goodness me, and a dreaded partnership that the Jamaicans have been depending on. And Bascom, well, he is the man of the moment. He's breaking that partnership, and now Jamaica have lost their 7th wicket. They are 207 for 7.
Well, Bascom joined the party again. I think before this he had 3 wickets, so this is this 4th now. Bascom, I was looking at him earlier in the field. He let one over the boundary line for 4, and I was starting to wonder if it's fatigue kicking. He has played a lot of cricket over the last 2 months or so. I thought about he was in the Windward Islands under 19 tournament in Dominica. Then he went to Trinidad, straight to Trinidad for the West Indies under 17 tournament, and now he is in St. Vincent. They are these tournaments back to back. So for a young fast bowler, it's probably a bit much for him. His body would definitely be trying to get accustomed to this kind of workload. But one with great potential. He was actually the leading run taker, wicket taker in the under 17 tournament with 12 wickets, and I was there, like I said, for a couple of games, and he bowled with really great control, moving the ball nicely. So I'm not surprised that he is doing well here again. But again, I suspect the coaches would be looking to manage his workload as a young player.
Well, that brings Alex Hines to the crease. Very familiar name in terms of surname in the cricketing world. Son of Weir Hines. And it will be number 24 on his back. So he will be doing battle for Jamaica as his father did. And for the West Indies in terms of his father.
Well, he's a right-hander. I know Weir was a left-hander.
Maybe he don't want to adapt that part.
Let me say good afternoon to Weir Hines. I'm sure he's watching from Jamaica. President and CEO of WIPA West Indies Players Association. I mean, this is really great to see the players. The sun is coming out nicely, and just for these players, like I said earlier, to get an opportunity to play competitive cricket across the region, you know, that I think would be the best thing for them for the summer.
Shot. It appears that he's been batting a long time. He was in the net. I want to believe those two top shots there. So end of the over, 207 for 7, Jamaica. Hines just coming to the crease. And shallow, just before we wind up things here, the sun is extremely hot. In terms of the technical side of things, there has been some rules being put in place to tailor the need of these youngsters. You wish you would elaborate more on that?
Well, I'm not. I can't give you comment too much on the details. I know it has been a case of managing the workload of players. Obviously, it's really no hotter than regular. I find because it had some rain around. The weekend had a lot of rain. Actually, I'm surprised that the game and the ground looking so good. I'm not sure how it looked this morning, but I mean, credit to the National Lotteries Authority and the ground staff here at Cumberland playing field. So with the rain around, I think that has helped. So it's not as humid, it's not but still, because Casnell, these players, yes, these players are more accustomed to the shorter formats, maybe 50 overs and T20. So for them, it will be a greater challenge on their body to stand up for an entire day in the field, whether bowling or batting. It's going to be difficult. And I suspect the coaches, there's some medical experts around as well, they will be advising them to just, pace yourself. Obviously have the probably more frequent water breaks and so on, but this is what it is about. If they're going to play test cricket, this is certainly a good introduction, good preparation, and I think they do need to play more of this format.
Yes, I agree with you that I'm truly impressed. I believe had we started this at a younger stage, we would have seen more batsmen with more pedigree of patience, like the Chandler Pauls, well, this one is too short there and plugged away over mid-wicket, and it was plugged over the fence to 6. 6 more to the total. Weatherburn is seeing it as big as a breadfruit shallow.
Yeah, he's playing really well. He has spent quite some time at the crease now. He has played all year, getting familiar with the conditions. I think he's quite comfortable now that, he's seeing the ball well. He has a good understanding of the bounce of the pitch. And really just playing the ball on merit. And I think, at this point, despite the team being 7 down, he should still be thinking that he can get 100 here today and takes his team closer to that 280 or so plus mark.
You have played some competitive cricket here as well. The win is an important factor in terms of both batting and bowling. But at what point do you think that the spin, or what end do you think will be more comfortable to bring a spin attack from?
Well, the wind is blowing towards the sea, right? So I think that at this point, I like the approach of having a pacer from one end and the spin from the river end. I believe that is. And they have a left arm spinner. They have spinner. They have leg spinner, and I probably would have been using the half break bowler from that end. Terry Edwards, because the fact that he came into this game with 8 wickets. I think in the last outing, 8 wickets. So he certainly would have some confidence. And just spinning, especially across the left hand, and I think he produced a chance earlier, which wasn't taken by the wicket keeper. So I probably would have been, persistent with Edwards a bit longer, and hoping to create another chance.
We talk about the support staff of these players, and we are seeing a number of the players, they have their parents around. That should be very helpful psychologically for them.
Apart from playing cricket. And just to have parents, sitting in the pavilion, clapping them as you have seen and heard here all morning and probably throughout the tournament so far, that is really encouraging. And I could safely say that from my observation of playing cricket for many years in the Caribbean, in England, you would almost find that those players with the support of the parents and friends traveling around and things, they always excel. I mean, and you could understand it's almost obvious.
Especially getting that positive critic. I spoke with the Bascom parents earlier on, and they, interestingly, the mother said she was never into cricket, and based on have to be in the support staff, she actually got into being part of cricket, and we could hear she very loudly supporting her son. And that really, I spoke with him during the lunch break, and he said he's really happy that most times his parents are the one who really encourages him to get and push on even when he feels to quit.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Solomon, he has been around playing cricket from since he was about 13, 14. And his parents up to this point, they have always been around. They have traveled with him on some occasions. So too, Wayne Auguste and his wife, who supporting the captain Akeem Auguste, they have been around the world really, watching him and supporting him. Luke Wilson is another one whose mom Lister is always looking and supporting not only him but the team, and there are quite a few other parents, Ben Pascal. These are just the parents I know from the Windwards setup here who have been following these kids now for the last 4 or 5 years. Whether they play local cricket or regional cricket, they have been there, and that is really encouraging. There are some others who follow the Trinidad team. In fact, I was in Florida last week, where the West Indies under-19 girls were also playing, and there were parents there from Trinidad too. I mean, it's really heartening to see, because these parents obviously is a sacrifice for them, because some of them will take vacation and so on from the work and travel just to support the players and the team. So, it's something that I continue to support, and I'm really, really happy to see these parents, the ones who are obviously available, because obviously there are others who would love to be supporting and be involved as much, but because of other obligations, work obligations mostly, can't do so. But it goes a long way for these players.
Okay. So I have Murray continue from the river end. The Weatherburn will be eyeing 100, 215 for 7.
I tell you what, Costner, the captain Akeem seems to have a lot of confidence in Murray, because I tell you, as a left-hander myself, I would have loved nothing better than to be batting Murray at this point.
Oh. Well, this one is down. Oh, he's had an opportunity at one point, and just that wind seems to tail that ball away from him. Just one of the Tyson that is down in that area. And he's one of the better fielders that they have on the field there. That one evaded him with the wind, and it went over the rope for 6.
I tell you what, the batsman would consider himself quite unlucky if he were to be caught out there. Right? And it's for the simple fact that this left orthodox bowler, he really should not be getting out to this bowler. Being on 76, right? he will be extremely disappointed to be out because, as you see, I mean, the field is set. He just has to play the ball on merit. So I suspect Akeem is hoping that the batter gets complacent and plays a rush shot and it gets produced as a wicket. But it's easy pickings, easy for a batsman who is there for that period. 142 balls, I think, 142 deliveries. You shouldn't be getting out to a left arm orthodox. However, for young Hines, you know, he probably poses a greater challenge, moving the ball slightly. He's not really turning the ball big from my observation, but he may just get one to just jiff a bit away from him and create some problems. Let's see.
That's the thing that he has all morning. He has been bowling slower, but he has been picking the areas correctly. He started from the commentary booth and here, and he bowled a very long spell before lunch. And there you see that, as you rightly said, the captain building his faith in him, deciding that, okay, I'll try from the river end. And he's continuing with that consistency. He has been very economical. Some 14 overs for 47, 1 for 47. So clearly he's actually showing that he has what it takes to bowl long periods and be economical at the same time.
Yeah, certainly good signs for a young spinner. Patience, to be showing that sort of patience. He has been flighting it as well, so you know, showing that he has the courage to bowl, and at this level, that is what is necessary. But as I said, I mean, it's a two-way. So you have a batter who is set, and you as a bowler, you have to work out your plans. And I just don't think that I would much prefer at this point. I think the chance against this set batter would be higher if Edwards is bowling. He would be thinking definitely getting a century here, but what he has to remember is that, you know, he has to steady at the crease, and so if he could continue with the same sort of temperament, same sort of patience, you know, playing ball on merit, then I think he would get very close, if not the 100.
You have been a captain playing cricket around St. Vincent. You in this position. Bascom is there. What would you advise Bascom? Seeing that the batsman is set there, what would you be advising him to try and see if he could out Hines, since that he's the new batsman, or try to attack Weatherburn?
Well, that is what I was thinking, because sometimes a set batter, if you give him some time at the opposite end, you know, to just stay there for a while and watch, and he sort of, you know, maybe loses his or her concentration. You know, so I would be telling, in fact, I'd probably be very tempted to maybe put back sweeper, put back long off, and just try to give him a single, and then spend a bit more time bowling at Hines before he too circles, right? So probably, and just being a very defensive, I would have advised Solomon to let us play very defensive against this batter, and then the other one, you just attack a bit more. You know.
Weatherburn been the mainstay here, one of the mainstay here for Jamaica. 2 for 7, and some 145 balls for his 77. A very good knock, timely knock as well for Jamaica. And Bascom, he's in the hunt for 5-wicket haul. It will be very impressive. He has been very impressive from the start. He haven't really picked up the confidence from the start, but from the time he took the first wicket, he was also on a hat trick earlier on. So with this one, he's whipped it off his leg with a burn. He will not have none of that nonsense, and it was dispatched for 6. A very good shot there, Shallow.
That's an excellent shot. It shows a player in form. You know, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He sort of like almost caressed that over the boundary, you know, and a batsman, or a batter I should say, who plays the ball that sweetly on the leg side, it shows, you know, good balance, you know, it shows good confidence as well, And yeah, incredible shot from the young man. And he as he move on to 83. Solomon does look a bit tired though. He would definitely want. I suspect the thought of getting that fifer would just be giving him that extra energy that he needs to run in on bowl and finish this spell. But he does look a bit tired, so maybe the captain now will be thinking, well, just get through this one, and then he will give you a little break. Hopefully, he's not needed later on with only 3 wickets to go. Oh,
This one passed him out cover. A bit of miscommunication there, but they would just save it just before it reached into the boundary. And the captain will be disappointed with that kind of feel there.
Yeah, Ethan Gibson has been looking a bit ordinary in the field today. Normally sets himself really high standards. Fairly good fielder, so he won't be quite happy with his own performance in the field. Probably concentrating a little bit too much on the batting. Being an opener, sometimes you're in the field. From you see 6 wickets down, you're thinking, well, I'm going to be batting soon. And then an hour or two later, you're still in the field.
Speaking from your point of view, you help me batsman yourself.
Yeah. But, they have to finish off this innings. Against the Leeward Islands last time, they had a good partnership as well. Leeward Islands had a good partnership, and it took them a matter of couple overs to wrap up the last few wickets. So they have to think about that. They have to remember that last time we were able to wrap up the tail quickly. So, they just have to now apply themselves. I mean, there's only 3 deliveries required now to close the innings, so they will have to be focused. If I'm in the bowling camp right now as the management team, they'll be telling them, listen, let us get them under 250, right? Let us, we have 9-10 on Jack to go, so let us try and get these wickets quickly, but not ultra aggressive because you still don't want to give away too much runs. So I would say try to keep Hines on the strike. Weatherburn, have him looking at a bit more of the deliveries from the other end. And hopefully that will restrict the team to under 250. But I reckon 250 is a very good score on this pitch.
We have also seen that the batting for Jamaica is very indebted. They have gotten batting Roy, who just back in the hut. He opened the batting the last time. So clearly it shows you the depth of batting that Jamaica possesses.
Yeah, Jamaica is known, to have, players, great batting ability. And so I'm not surprised at all that these young players, as you know, they have quite a few all-rounders in Jamaica. As you see right now, Odin Smith, Fabian Allen, Andrew Rusto. These are guys, in fact, Fabian Allen has a first-class 100, and so you find they have players coming in like 8, 9, 7, 8, 9 who are quite capable batters, and Windwards should be mindful of that.
So in this case, you have to wait until the last wicket is out to close off the Jamaican innings.
Yeah, you can't be complacent at all. And young captain Akeem Auguste, he has some experience at this level. He was also the captain of the West Indies under-19 team, so I'm sure would be mindful of that, and hopefully he could remind his other players that now is not time to rest because you have 7 down, as they probably did when the team was 6 down. They probably took their foot, our feet off the pedal, and it has cost them probably afford 130 runs. But I mean, both teams would, I believe, they would be confident if Windwards could get, if they can restrict them under 250, they will feel, well, after that good partnership, they have pulled them back nicely. Jamaica obviously will be quite happy with the bounce back from 100 for 6, just over 100 for 6. So I think it's a matter of how things go. There's still a lot to play, a long afternoon. Tea would be in about 5 minutes, I suspect. And then this afternoon, you have a long session. So still a lot. This game could go a lot, in different direction if Windwards doesn't come out after lunchtime, after tea time, and perform. And Jamaica, I would say, Costnell, and I'm sure you would agree, are in the driver's seat right now.
Of course, they are driving their way all the way to Jamaica, and Edward comes back from the commentary booth end here, replacing Bascom, as you alluded to. Bascom looking a bit fatigued, so the captain heeded your advice of not overusing him much. I'm very impressed at the bowling of Edward, especially in the game against the Leewards. He actually got his 8th wicket there, and it's just a simple approach for a tall spinner. Not normally the thing that we see tall bowlers tend to be spin bowlers, but with his height, he extracted a lot of bunks in the previous game, and this pitch not really extorting that bounce as he would wish. It's more of a pushing through that ball. We saw him push through a lot of those balls from the river end, and now he's playing his straight from this commentary booth end.
As you said there, Costnell, he's not special in terms of what he does. His run up very simple. I don't think he's showing any great skill in terms of spinning the ball. But like that, what he has been doing is, he's you could tell, a smart cricketer, right? He mixes the pace, he moves around the crease, and just varies, slight variation with his bowling, and showing signs of a very intelligent young cricketer. He captained St. Lucia under 19, so he has some leadership ability, and I think certainly he's with those 8 wickets, I think the batters. In this case, he's trying to do it again. Not as successful as the previous innings that he bowled, but certainly showing some good signs here again. And who knows, maybe he might come into play in the second innings.
What do you make of the track? Well, you made mention slightly about the moisture that is in it. So when it's pulled down, cannot pass him on a short mid wicket. You made mention no ball. So no ball there by Murray. I was asking about the track. Do you see this track getting anywhere better, even if a roller is being placed on it?
This is a new surface here. I think we tend to forget, Costnell, that not too long ago we had the eruption of the volcano, and here was covered with ash. Ashes were all over this entire area. So, there's still some uncertainty with this pitch. This, I think, is probably the first time that this season that 3-day cricket is actually being played on this surface. So it'll be quite interesting to see how it plays over the period, especially after this is the second round. I think is the middle pitch the last game was played on. But you still expect some good bounce. I don't think it's going to turn too much. With full deliveries like that, it doesn't matter how the pitch is, but obviously he would be hoping not to bowl too many more of those. But yeah, I think my only concern would probably be the bounce as opposed to if it's going to turn. I think that the team batting last and the third day, especially that last afternoon, it could be a little tricky for them.
Very loopy bowler, I would say, Murray. So Hines more of the turn the strike back over to Weatherburn. This one is 2-4 and it was dispatched over mid-wicket. 4 runs there for Hines. Jamaica moves on to 237 for 4.
But if you know the Hines who have played for West Indies, those loose deliveries, they always get, they get dispatched quite easily for boundary. And, young Hines is showing the same. that he's no nonsense. He's gonna defend and respect the good balls, but if you bowl trash, then I'm gonna treat it accordingly. So really good batting here. I think these two batters will be just looking to take the team to tea in the next. This is probably the final over before tea, and they'll be looking to survive this and come back after.
Tariq looking to have other plans, bowling a bit straighter to Weatherburn than he will bowl to Hines, and I believe that is so because he know that Hines may not be that confident to play a ball that is turning into him as a right-hander.
Yeah, as you see the captain moving in, bringing in Joseph to mid-on, saying this is the final over before tea. If you want to go, then by all means. But gets an easy single to long off instead. So really good, sensible batting here by Weatherburn. Knowing that, the fielder is out on the long off boundary, so, it's less risk to just drive it down the ground, on the ground for one.
Hines is more settled to just kill it, drop it there, instead of creating any sort of risk. There, Jamaica 238 for 7 into over number 62.
The run rate has been quite good for Jamaica to get to 238, especially after losing 6 early wickets. To be at this total from only 61 overs, almost 62. That is really good batting, and all credit to Weatherburn, who has led the way in this innings. And showing great fight for his team. Batting really sensibly throughout.
So end of the over. And that's tea, yes. Umpire removes the bill. So it's tea time here at Cumberland playing field in the CWI Under-19 Rising Star Cricket 3D Tournament. Jamaica, they're batting first. They're 238 for 7 into their 60. Into the end of 62 overs. Weatherburn, he's on 88. Hines, he's on 6. Mr. Shallow, we want to thank you for passing through. It was a pleasure having you here with us, shot a short stint.
Yeah, Cosnell, thanks for the invitation. Again, it's beautiful weather here at Cumberland, so I expect that this afternoon after tea, that is going to be some really exciting cricket here still. Good application from Jamaica, and then the Windwards, of course, showing some fight. So it's going to be an interesting battle. But always a pleasure being here, and continue to enjoy the commentary and Stacey. Have fun.
Yes, sir. So that's the position where we are here. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with you.
Welcome back to the Cumberland Cricket Ground. Let me give you a synopsis of what has gone down so far. Currently, Jamaica 238 for 7. The dismissed batters are Adrian Weir for 34, Justin Beckford for 6, Jordan Johnson without troubling the scorers. Stephen Weatherburn is currently on 88 not out. Brian Barnes, he made 4 of 7 deliveries. Sanjay Walker, 40 of 45. Jose Northover, he made 1 of 6. And Sean Roy, the recently dismissed batter, he's 46. He made 46 runs. Currently on the wicket is Stephen Weatherburn on 88 and Alex Hines. We see Akeem Auguste, he's going to take up the attack from the river end. To give you the bowling figure so far, Kervin Gassi, he got 1 wicket. Solomon Bascom 4. Tariq Edmond also picked up 1 along with Kurt Murray, and Devin Tyson remains wicketless along with Akeem Auguste, who's going to take up the attack from the river end. I am here with my co-commentator, Mr. Kaznell Morris.
Well, good afternoon to you, Stacey. Good afternoon to our viewers. And yes, it's back to hard work here for the Windward Islands. Whilst in the meantime, Weatherburn will be looking to eye 100. He's on 89, just 11 runs away. And he will not be hoping for any hiccups in terms of he being out or running out of batting options. As Hines plays that one out to cover. So the both batsmen starting to score right away just after tea.
Yes, and just to remind you, there are 2 other games being contested today at the Annisville playing field. Trinidad and Tobago plays Barbados. To give you a score update there, Trinidad and Tobago was dismissed for 107. Barbados, the last score I checked, they were 3 for 1. Leeward Islands play Guyana at the Park Hill Cricket Ground, and Guyana was dismissed for 73 runs. Leeward Islands were on 43 for 2. And action continues here at the Cumberland Cricket Ground. Short delivery by Auguste and aptly put away by Alex Hines, the tall right-handed batter. He's the son of Wavell Hines, and he's looking good as a partner for Weatherburn. Ooh, edge. Just falling short at the man at slip.
I think that is Edwards just die on its way down. And I think what happened is that Hines did not push at it. He just left it to take the ball turn on his bat. And you see this one's beaten down like it's coming out to the boundary. It will not reach to the ropes. It will be pulled back by Edwards. So that should be signaled as by. Yes, confirmed there.
It's not the position Windward Island would think. They probably thought they would have been batting by now, Windward Islands, the way they had Jamaica earlier on. Jamaica were 46 for 4, and just before the lunch break, they were 100 plus for 6. Now we see they've moved on to 245 for 7, so some good partnerships bringing Jamaica back into the game, and Windward Islands, they'll be hoping they can make a breakthrough to set things back up for them. But right now, both batters looking quite comfortable. Weatherburn moves on to 90 of 195 deliveries, and he has been a very stubborn foundation for Team Jamaica. And Windward Islands, they're hoping that they can get this wicket. Tariq Edward has continued the attack from the commentary end. It's a tall off-break bowler as Weatherburn takes a single down to long off. Tall off-break bowler uses his height quite well, and he delivers it from a good height, but at a very good pace, Kaznel. So impressive stuff from the young man.
Yes, and the good thing about it, he has a variety and he knows just when to use his varieties in terms of variation, pace and slower deliveries. And it has proven effectively for him. Very economical so far. Would have liked to reap more wicket in this innings. But the Jamaicans have, as you said, put up a stubborn fight, and they have done it very well so far. And 246 to 7. Loud appeal, stifled appeal there.
Yes, he thinks quite well. His approach to the crease shows that he's a thinking bowler. And I think the captain can give him a more attacking field set, especially when Hines is on strike. Yes, he plays with his lines and lengths, and he uses his variations quite well. And added to that, he's delivering the ball from a taller height compared to the other two spinners that Windward Islands have on display. So that probably attributed to his success so far. He only picked up 1 wicket, but he's bowled much better than that today. So good going by Edward.
246 to 7. We have all-time heard of 90s being a nervous part of cricket. Stacey, do you see Weatherburn showing any sign of nervousness at this stage?
I can't really say that I'm seeing that. What I'm seeing is him being a little bit more careful and watchful, which rightly so. The team has lost 7 wickets and he is on his way to 100. Any bad ball comes, I expect him to put it away, as he's been doing all the time. So far I've watched, this is my second game that I'm watching, and these young men, when they get to 90, there's no fear. They go for their shot still. There's no such thing as nervous 90s for these young men that we see on display in this cricket West Indies under 19 tournament so far. And that's good to see the fearlessness being brought out in this competition. Good fight by Captain Akeem Auguste being shown here to the left-handed Weatherburn. He's in his 90s. The field is still spread a bit. And what I'll do, something I always look at is when a batsman is in his 90s, I believe that you should squeeze him some more. Squeeze him some more. Don't allow him to get those easy singles.
Even though he have toiled so hard, Stacey, that's been mean. You have toiled, you have seen the hard part of it, and he's close to 100. That is a golden opportunity for him. You still believe in squeezing the batsman?
Yes, you have to think about things. It's cricket. You love to see good cricket. I would love to see this young man make 100, but also on the opposing side, tactically, Windward Islands can look to. Nicely swept by Alex Hines. Yes, Windward Islands can look to squeeze him some more because he's in the 90s, as you said, and I don't see any fear. I don't see any nervousness from the young man. However, you can look to see if you can generate that from him by bringing the field in tighter, not allowing him to just drop and run or get that easy single, which he will be happy to take at this point in time.
So, good temperament still being shown there by Weatherburn. Is 91.
Bascom was much slower on that occasion from Edward. He continues to mix up his pace quite well. And there you go, that easy single that I was talking about. You don't want the batter to just be picking off easy singles at this moment, especially he's in his 90s, cousin. That's all I was saying. As I said, I would love to see the young man make 100, but tactically it's something that Windward Islands can look to do. Force him to play a big shot. Don't allow him to take those easy singles that's on offer.
248 for 7. Swept out to deep square. They're going for one. The only one.
And to answer your question there, Kaznel, about nervousness, the batsman just showed you. No way a batsman is playing a sweep shot when he's in his 90s if he's nervous. And that shows you that the young man has absolutely no fear. Ooh, big swing and a miss there. It was short, but just missing the off stump. Akeem Auguste has been creating some issues since he's come on from the river end to these batters. He has kept Weatherburn quiet compared to his left-arm spinner, Murray, who was bowling from that end. Weatherburn and Hines took a liking to him, but he's come on and kept things a bit quiet from this end. And as I said, that he delivers a short delivery.
Yeah, I've seen a different approach by the Windwards in terms of their bowling after tea here, post tea interval, and clearly it appears that they're going to use this ploy of spin attack. I'm not too sure if it is right to until the new ball is available. However, or until the innings of Jamaica, if it does skittle out. But clearly it has been a less free-flowing run since tea. So end of the over, 251 though. Windward Islands bring up their 215 this over, and they're 251 for 7.
Yes, and scoring at quite a healthy net run rate, 3.75 to be exact. And things are going nicely for Jamaica in this period. I am guessing after Weatherburn gets to his 100, they might look to step the tempo up a bit more and probably get to an imposing target, imposing enough so that they can insert Windward Islands before the end of the day's play. A bit loose, cut away, an easy single again from Weatherburn, and I'm pretty sure he's happy and patient enough to just keep taking over. He needs 5 more to get to those that magical 100 figure, and he's been supported quite well by Alex Hines, who's 10 up 37 deliveries. So absolutely not looking like they're in any trouble at all, Jamaica, at this point in time. Swept again nicely. They have a fielder in place for that sort of shot. The field is set for sweep shots and pull shots. Opting to have those 2 men square for the right-hander. See the fielder push back at mid-wicket for Weatherburn. And there you go again. Another easy single. This time they hurry back for 2 and get it quite comfortably in the end. So good batting by Weatherburn and good awareness by both batters to take that single as the fielder was deep and had to run around. Take that extra run as the fielder was deep and had to run around to his left.
So 97, Weatherburn. He will be eyeing those 3 singles. The entire Jamaica community will be looking forward for his first, well, his 100 here. first 100 in the tournament, and he's on 98. I believe you should get more nervous now that you're closer to 100.
Yeah, but I don't see any nerves from this young man. This young man has his head on his shoulders, and he is happy to just pick up the singles that's on offer to him.
Well, interestingly, they have put in a leg slip, but I wasn't successful. So it's a 256 for 7, 256, and the few folks that are around the ground here murmuring and tottering about the 98 that Weatherburn is on, and they would like to see that he goes on to make 100. Community of Jamaica will be looking forward for him and his 100. So clearly, he's not alone with this anticipation. Certainly not what the Windwards would want. The shot selection has to be on cue here.
Yeah, Weatherburn is not risking anything. He's not gonna give it away. I believe this young man, as I said, he has his head on his shoulders and he wants to get to 100. So he's being very careful in the way he plays his shots, and as you mentioned, his shot selections. He's not playing a lot of cross-batted shots, as you can see, and that is, there you go, one more away from that 100. So at this point in time, he's opting just to play with a straighter bat. Unless it's a badly lined delivery, then you would see him playing across the line. Until then, he's just looking to work it around. Easy singles on offer, and he's taking them. So one more away from 100 for the young man. Hines is on strike now. Yes, at the end of the over, not the result Weatherburn would have wanted. He's now off strike. Because at the end of the over, they are 258 for 7. He scampered through for a single there. But that was the last ball of the over. So Alex Hines will be on strike. To the persistent Edmund, who has been walking away at his line and length today to different batters, varying his pace quite well, mixing things up well for Windward Islands. He only picked up 1 wicket, but he's been doing a good job for Windward Islands so far.
So very watchful as well as Hines, Alex Hines. He has played very well and sensibly, I should say, for his 12. His shot selection is very, very much impeccable. So
big shot, but just one from Alex Hines.
So it brings Weatherburn on strike. And, what we have been waiting for and anticipating, I guess the Gleaner, the Observer, the newspaper, the media house in Jamaica, they all been locked in to get the momentous photograph of this occasion to see whether or not Weatherburn will reach to 100. So a very strange feel, a lot of acreage land behind square. So I think what is happening there, asking him to play across the line because Tariq being an off spinner. So there's a slip in place. This one is cut into the short cover region.
Yes, well,
still have to wait.
Yeah, well said, Casnell. They're asking him to play against the spin, against the turn of Edward. But the young man has his head on his shoulders. He's not going to give it away. Yes, good tempting over from Edward, and he's bowling slower to Weatherburn. One more ball remaining in this over. They still have the long off fielder out. I would bring him up just to bodily line delivery, but I don't think this came off of his bat. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. Yes, leg by, but importantly, he remains on strike.
Well,
He will be on strike for the next over. The score is 260 for 7. Yes, a tighter field is going to be employed here to Weatherburn. They've now brought in a man at short, silly short leg. And they still have that slip in place. It's a space between short cover and point. But they brought up most of their field, which I think is a good tactic to Weatherburn, who is now on 99. So Weatherburn on 99. Hakeem Auguste has the ball in hand.
this have to be Novus 90s, Stacey.
I still think he's being watchful. I still think he just wants to get there. And got a short pitch delivery, but again, he's employing that straight bat. So he just plays it back straight to Hakeem Auguste.
So there it is, the man from Jamaica, the most important single of his whole entire under-19 career, I believe. When Jamaica was in a dire situation, he took to the crease and he have weathered the storm, and the Jamaican community, they will be pleased with a knock like this.
Yes, the dugout erupted when he got that single, and a nice from Hakeem Auguste acknowledging the young man's 100 and giving him a little tap. So excellent display from the young man, Weatherburn. Yeah, he has been masterful in his approach today, Kaznel, just by the determined way he defends and the timely manner in which he chooses to play attacking shots.
Well, he took 190 balls, and just at the time when Jamaica was in some serious trouble, he came in and he put his hands up and he said, I will take Jamaica out of this. And that he did, just like the artists of the Jamaican have put Jamaica back on the pedestal and in the driver's seat here. The Windward Islands, they are searching to get a breakthrough here for the 8th wicket. At the end of the over, they're 261 for 7.
Yes, we might see some shots being played here now. They are now 261 for 7, and Weatherburn has been the mainstay and continues to be that for Jamaica. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, he came in when Jamaica was struggling. They had 4 wickets down early for 46. They lost 2. He's been at the end where they've been losing wickets, but he's kept his head on and has choked his way to a marvelous 100 from 190 deliveries.
Stacey, and interestingly, he have hit 6 sixes and 3 fours, typical Jamaican pedigree batsman. Well, this one is in the air, could be taken. Let's see, it's high in the air, and taken it is. And just after he have made that 100, he have shown, well, I've had enough and I've done enough for Jamaica. And Tariq Edward breaks the breakthrough for the Windward Islands, and Weatherburn goal showing a bit of fatigue. 261 for 7. A very good knock there by Weatherburn.
Yes, indeed, a brilliant knock by the young man. He was resolute in his application today. Jamaica was in a lot of trouble, and he has helped them to a formidable, what seems to be a formidable total in the making, 261 for 7. And the catch was taken by Devoney Joseph. The new batter makes his way to the crease. That's new man in today, Sherwin Thomas. So a really good knock from the young man, Stephen Weatherburn. And it's something we've been talking about in terms of the cricket in the West Indies. You know, we are aware that each and every one of these batters can play shots. They can hit sixes, they can hit fours. But who is going to put their hand up when their team is in... Who is going to put their hand up when their team is in dire straits and dig them out of it? And Weatherburn has displayed great character today by doing that for Jamaica. Excellent from the young man.
So Terry, the breakthrough for the Windward Islands.
So at the end of the over, it's 262 for 8. Windward Islands at this point in time will be looking to get these next 2 wickets as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Jamaica would be hoping they can limp their way to 300. But this is a really good score given where they were earlier on in the day.
Excellent position. I believe that the Jamaicans, if they're skittle out now, they are much more satisfied than the Windwards will be in terms of contentment. As you rightly said, based on the earlier position, but the bygone is gone. 100 was given there by Weatherburn and really saw things through for Jamaica, and it's now Hines who is doing battle, and Thomas, showing Thomas, coming in for his knock. If the Jamaicans are to be skittled out now or anytime later in the day, what sort of approach you think the Windward Islands should look forward to in terms of securing wicket or looking for runs before the end of this play? Well, he's dropped it. He's dropped him. Hines has been dropped at second slip. One that bounced and turned and well folded in the lap.
Yes, put down by the man at second slip, Jeremiah. Windward Islands, they won't be happy to see any bounce and turn at this point in time, given that they have allowed, I'll say they allowed Jamaica to get to 262. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from that brilliant knock by that young man, Stephen Weatherburn. But when Jamaica was down, really down, especially after that lunch break, Windward Islands, they looked rather relaxed with the way things were going, instead of really trying to be proactive and finding a way to get a wicket. So the position that they're in right now, Windward Islands, trying to get those 2 wickets, and when they get a chance to bat, I believe they'll get a chance to bat today. It'll just be all about being watchful when they get a chance to bat. That's all they can do at such a late period in time. Put away the bad balls, of course, when they do come. And just be watchful, assess conditions. That would be very important. The open-end batters, just evaluate the conditions before, so that you'll be able to feed that information back to your team to let them know how play should go about the next day. So it'll be all about assessment when they get a chance to bat today.
Well, assessment is needed at this time for the Windward Islands to see how much they could restrict Jamaica to. They would want to schedule them out under 300, which is a psychological advantage for them. But Jamaica will somewhat be peeved with the total that they have gotten at this time. Hines is still there playing quality cricket stroke. And Thomas looks somewhat formidable force.
Yes, that opportunity just went down off from Alex Hines. That was dropped in the second slip by Gerald Jeremiah. But the way Alex Hines is playing, it looks as if he's prepared to play the long game. He's prepared to stay there. And he seems to be a batter that knows his role quite well. Easy catch. Was that a catch or was that it? Yes, he was caught. It looked like a spectator's catch by the reaction of the bowler, but brilliant cotton ball from Edward. Too easy.
Well, Jamaica have lost their 9th wicket. A delivery that a full lower delivery, and that was dying on the batsman Sherwin, and he just pushed it back to the bowler, and Jamaica losing their 9th wicket at 264. 264 for 9 now.
Yes, just one more wicket, and Ryan Edward, makes his way out to the middle to join Alex Hines. And what I was saying about Alex Hines is that he looks to be a batter, someone that knows their roles quite well and takes instructions well, because when he came out to bat, he didn't look to do anything extravagant unless there was a bad ball. He stayed there, and I believe his instructions would have been, as any coach would have said to a player coming in with somebody else batting as well as Weatherburn was at the other end, would have been to stay with him, don't lose your wicket. And that is exactly what Alex Hines did. And he has now faced 57 deliveries. It's the last wicket pair. And usually you see fireworks at this point in time, Casnell. It's either you get me or I get me at this point in time.
You always find that the lower order batsmen, especially the last wicket pair, tend to put on some very important totals, and sometimes you as the fielding team tends to get frustrated. Bounce and turn again.
Yes, you've as a bowling team, you've toiled today. You took 9 wickets, but this period is the most important of all. Getting that last wicket, it's most important because it's psychological. If you have the last wicket pair piling on runs, it hurts you in the end. It hurts you as a batting team going back to the dressing room thinking, oh my, look at the amount of runs we have to score just because we couldn't get that one man out sooner. So this is the most important part of play for the Windward Islands team. Getting rid of this one more batter they need to get rid of as soon as possible so that they can get into bat. The longer these two stay and bat at the wicket, the harder it will be for the Windward Islands team. Looking for 2. Sent back by Hines. I think that was the right decision from Alex Hines.
Well, I think the new batsman there believes that he's a batsman, so he could back himself. That is Edwards. So he said, okay, let me see what Akeem is doing so that I could handle him myself. Oh, excellent defense.
Yeah, all these batters, from what I've seen from Jamaica in the last game, they are quite capable with the bat. As I said to you, I moved to make the term tailenders to be eliminated from cricket and call them low order batters only, because these days these young players, they perfect their craft in both skills, batting and bowling. And he's bowled. Final wicket, breaking through the defense of Ryan Edwards. Yes.
Well, I think that one was a googly. That one he did not pick it, and that brings the curtain down on the Jamaican innings. Jamaica, and they were in a very precarious position, was dug from that position by Weatherburn with a well played 100, and the Jamaica 265 all out in 74.5 deliveries. And the Windward Islands, they will look to start their first innings in about 10 minutes, and Captain Auguste taking that last wicket, and we see Bascom, who led the attack with a 4-wicket haul. He started things out early in the innings.
Yes, he picked up 3 important wickets earlier on, and I think Windward Islands would be happy that they got rid of that 10th wicket as quickly as possible and not adding any further damage to what looked like Windward Islands' day turned out to be more so Jamaica's, as they managed to pile on 265 runs today, not where we thought they would have been the way they started proceedings today. So we'll be back shortly. We'll give you a synopsis of what has gone down so far. So we'll be back. Jamaica 265 all out. Team Windward Islands, they're about to have a bat.
So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field, where we have where Jamaica is taking on the Windward Islands. We see the first innings by Jamaica. Well, 265 all out in 74.5 overs. Well played 100 by Weatherburn. He saw the tough times for Jamaica and saw it enough to give himself a maiden 100 for this under 19 tournament. And well played. Stacey's alongside. Stacey, the Windward Islands will look to come out to battle, and they should be having their task set out for the rest of the evening to try and not lose any wicket going into overnight. And if they do, they should not lose no more than 2 or 3.
Yes, before I continue, I must say again, congratulations to Weatherburn for that fighting knock of 100. Must be an inspirational knock as well for his team. So congratulations to Weatherburn. At this point in time, let me just remind you of what happened earlier. Jamaica was dismissed for 265. So quickly, Adrian Well made 34. Justin Beckford 6. Jordan Johnson, he didn't trouble the scorers. Stephen Weatherburn was dismissed for that blistering 100. Brian Barnes, he made 4. Sanjay Walker, he made 40. Jose Nortover 1. Sean Roy made 46. Alex Hines made 16 not out. Sherwin Thomas 1. And Ryan Edwards didn't trouble the scorers as well. The bowlers, Solomon Bascom was the pick of the bowlers with 4. He was supported well by Tariq Edward, picked up 3. And Kurt Murray, Akeem Auguste, and Corvin Gassi got 1 wicket apiece.
Well, it will be Stephen Pascal and Ethan Gibson. They will do battle for the Windward Islands. As we know that in the first encounter, Stephen Pascal and Ethan, they had a second innings partnership of over 100 that really catapulted them to have a draw against the Leeward Islands. In that game, Pascal in himself, he scored 87, I believe, around there. Before he was skittled out, he spent a long time at the crease, and it was enough to save the Windward Islands for a draw. Ethan Gibson, and I remember that Pascal, he was forced delivery of the tournament, facing up to Nathan Edwards. He was out LBW. So the second innings was very fruitful for him. So it will be interesting to see how he approaches. The Jamaican decided that they will go with 3 slips. Now, gully, a point, somewhat of a backward point, mid-on, mid-off, and a backward square, a fine leg. And that's an open area there in the cover region. So they are forcing him to go for a drive. Nice exploit there by the captain.
Yeah, Sherwin Thomas, he has the ball in hand. And we're about to start the second innings for Windward Islands. Pacey young man is Sherwin Thomas so far, bowling in that channel. As you said, they are asking him to go for a drive, hoping to get one of those fielders in play. That's in the slip cordon. So good start from Sherwin Thomas.
The wind seems to be picking up, and he's getting that ball to move across with the wind. It will be interesting to see if that ball will swing, as this one is angled down leg, not properly lined.
Yeah, brilliant stop from Jose Northover, the keeper for Jamaica. That was angling down leg side with some pace, so that may have well been the first runs by way of a boundary buys for Team Windward Islands. So good stop from Jose Northover.
So solid start there. See a hint of movement, but Pascal was well into the task. Pascal is from Dominica. Shafor in the Rosa Valley. He's supported here in the stand also by his father, Stefan, who as well Augustine Pearl, his father. It's called Benno, that's his play name.
He was through the shot on that occasion, hitting the midriff area. Seems to be okay, strong young man. And he was through the shot on that occasion.
Well, I think, yes, he was anticipating more pace of the track. And this is what he has to do there. He's a very talented batsman in terms of his patience, and he spent a lot of time at the crease. One of the major factor that he will do here, he will look to tough it out to make sure that new ball stays off. As this one's clipped off the tie. So leg by signal. End of the over number 1. The Windwards off with this. We're scoring there 1 without loss.
Yes, well, you were in that first game between Windward Islands and Leewards at Annisvale Plains Field, but I wasn't given the benefit of seeing Pascal beforehand, but I've heard great things about him from some. Martin, he was the under-19 coach for St. Vincent and the Grenadines when they played the Windward Islands tournament in Dominica, and he spoke highly of the young man. So I expect to see great things from the young opener, Stefan Pascal. Yes, and also it was highlighted by the 86, you said, or 87, he made in the second innings against Leeward Islands. So,
yeah, I think in that innings he played very calculated, and he played shots on its merit. So he was very meritorious in terms of his shot selection, and that is something that he has to do. Now the left arm bowler that is going to take up the attack here.
Yes, Rayon Edwards. It's coming from the commentary end.
I wonder if Pascal has been tormented with these Edwards. He faced a left arm Edwards in his first innings. Now he's facing a left arm Edwards in his second match, first innings.
Well, we can't speak about torment just yet. He's just faced his first delivery to him. So let's see who gets the better of whom at the end of this battle. But Rayon Edwards is a immaculate young man in terms of his line and length to the right-hander. So he'll be a handful here. He was a handful to some of the Barbados batters. Yes, of course, getting to the back end of his spell, he might tired a bit, but he's a handful to deal with when he gets his line and length well. Yes, that one was heading down leg. Full delivery, but clearly heading on leg. The fielder tried to take a catch, but I don't think there was any bat on it, given the way that ball died on its way to the man at gully.
Yeah, I think that one started out leg. It wasn't really coming back. It was going across with the angle. And once it's heading across with the angle, all doubt in the umpire mind that it will do anything there. Though he was shot more in the crease. But
I think it was more of a case of where it pitched.
Pitched outside.
Yeah, pitched outside the line of. That one is similar. That delivery just needs to straighten it a bit, the left arm pacer, because he is causing some trouble here for young Stefan Pascal early on. So all he needs to do is straighten that delivery, and he will be in business if he hits him in his pad. But so far, those two deliveries look to be pitching outside of the pitching outside leg.
I think what will create more doubt, what will create more favor for him, is if he could get it straighter and angling it and bringing it back into the right hander. Then the umpire will be into some business. But umpire Crawford And Banwari has been doing an excellent job so far for the day. And there you see he's not being persuaded or bullied by the shout and gesticulations of the Jamaicans.
Yes, where he needs to be pitching it, but just too full on that occasion, allowing Pascal to come forward for a drive, but not being able to beat the man at short cover. So good thinking by Ryan Edwards so far in this over.
So Pascal. And that would always be the chattering and the chirping that you will get from the closing batsmen. What do you think of some of the things? I know you have to be very mindful of what you say to a player, but what are some of the things that you think will be done there to get the confidence level of the batsman down?
At this point in time, it just appears as if the fielders are just cheering on their bowler. He's doing an excellent job. Oh, that sounded like an edge. And the finger has been risen. This over has been an eventful over from young Ryan Edwards. And he worked really hard to get that first wicket. Dare I say, the worst delivery of the over actually picked up the wicket. He's been bowling. The ball has been pitching outside of the off stump, wrapping Pascal on the legs. He finally got a delivery straight far down leg side and he nicked it to the keeper. Unfortunate for Pascal, but joy to Ryan Edwards, picking up his first wicket of the match so far.
Well, Pascal goes without scoring. The Windward Island losing their first wicket. And still the score on 1. So that brings Gerald Jeremiah to the wicket. The only inroad for Jamaica there. One of the major things that they would have wanted for going into overnight after dug well out of a Marie Claire.
Yes, wickets and runs. That's the name of the game. Wickets and runs. And Jamaica, they have runs on the board and now they have picked up the first wicket. That of Stefan Pascal, caught down the leg side by keeper Jose Northover. So Sherwin Thomas is going to have a ball to Ethan Gibson, who hasn't faced a delivery yet since he's come out. All 12 deliveries were faced by Stefan Pascal, so Ethan Gibson gets a chance to face up in this first face in this match to Sherwin Thomas. Got nicely behind that. Nice lifting delivery from Thomas. And he looks like a bowler who's prepared to test out every area for a batter. So he looks as if he's gonna be testing you with the short stuff, the pitched up stuff. The ball moving away, a lot of seam and pace, a lot of seam and swing might be on display from Sherwin Thomas. So there you go. He started off with a shortish delivery to Ethan Gibson. Ooh, there you go again. Not a short delivery to Ethan Gibson, but well played by him. A little bit uppish, but well managed in the end from Ethan Gibson.
Well, I must say I'm impressed at the bowling of Thomas. Thomas has a very high arm action, and he jumps and approaching the crease. So that he's already tall. He's about 5'9", and what you will get from him is that extra bounce with his high arm action, something of O'Shane Thomas. I wonder if they're related.
Yes, quite similar in his approach to the crease, and he's a very aggressive bowler, and the captain, recognizing his aggression, has decided to put a man at silly short leg for the short pitch bowling.
Well, this one is too short. Pull away. And 4 runs. Ethan has seen enough of that short pitch delivery and realized that Thomas is going to go short again and 4 more.
Unfortunately, Casnell, we cannot see a replay here, but that shot was played with marvelous power and poise from Ethan Gibson. After facing 2 shortish delivery, a man has been placed in front of him and he decided to fight fire with fire and dispatch that for a marvelous boundary to get off the mark.
Ethan Gibson, he hails from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And is from has some Canadian roots to him as well. And been playing in a local VPL T10 tournament. So he has some pedigree of adjusting to these conditions. And he will want to stamp his authority. He batted very well the second innings with Pascal, where he had a lot of time at the crease. And I believe that one of the things that he would look to do is to have spend time at the crease here to get himself adjusted to the conditions. And once he starts to do that, he will get into himself and will be able to be confident enough to turn the strike around.
It's a good finish to the over from Thomas. I like the thought process in that over. He went at him short. First 2 deliveries, the third ball. Ethan Gibson put him away. He found the line and length outside the off stump where the batter cannot score off of him, and he continued to bowl it there consistently. It's a good thought process by both of these players in the middle. So good. I will be happy to see the battle continue between both of them as the match goes on.
So Jeremiah, he will face up to Edwards. So Jeremiah, I believe they have sent a left arm in because of the left arm bowler who is getting that ball to somewhat tail into the right, will tail into the left hander. So there you see it. That will slide down. So that's the reason why I believe. So in the likely event that ball will tail past the leg stump, it has to do Jeremiah has to come across by a long way to put that doubt, because the umpire in his mind will believe that ball will continue to slide down the leg side.
Yes, it has to straighten an appreciable amount to create any sort of doubt for the umpire to raise his finger and give that LBW. Ooh, so watch out for the straighter delivery, much like that one there, Casnell. But you watched the Windward Island, so Jeremiah, he wasn't batting at number 3, was he?
No, I think, as a matter of fact, he wasn't in that lineup with Morancia was the one who batted number 3 at some point.
Loud appeal, turned down. That was a case of bat hitting the ground on that occasion from Ryan Edwards. But my goodness, the young man is generating some. This is a spell to talk about. He's generating some pace. He's causing chaos right now for the batters on the Windward Islands team. They have a tough period to face with this young man. So 2 left-handers are at the wicket for Windward Islands team, Ethan Gibson and Gerald Jeremiah, and they are facing up to another left armer, a left arm pacer in this instance. Whip nicely off the pads to the square leg boundary. It'll be cut off, but impeccable timing from young Ethan Gibson. Unfortunately, out there, the boundaries, it's kind of heavy. The young man is limping. I hope he's okay. Maybe some cramps. Seems to be okay. It's probably just a bit of cramp there as he turned to come back for that second run. But nicely whipped off his pads to the square leg boundary.
Well, he have been out there in the field all day. The bowler is just feeling or waiting something to happen and your turn to bat. So with that pad now being tied or strapped on your thighs, it could cause you some discomfort.
It's at the end of the over. The score is 8 for 1. 4 overs bowled. The lone wicket of Stefan Pascal. He was strangled down the leg side. Caught by keeper Jose Northover. Bowled Ryan Edwards. So good start by Jamaica so far, but these two look like they're ready to put up a fight for Team Windward Islands.
So, Sherwin Thomas continues. We've been informed, still cannot confirm, but we've been informed that he's brother to O'Shane Thomas, and he has that bowling action. Bowling action, just like O'Shane Thomas. Just wait for some sort of confirmation on that story. However, he's been toiling very well for Jamaica. He have been bowling a good line and length, despite the odd boundary that has been pulled off him from Gibson. Gibson, the non-strike end, seems to be struggling.
Yes, I was looking at his bowling action running in, and I was saying to myself, this bowling action looks a little bit familiar, but now that you mention O'Shane Thomas, it's quite similar to O'Shane Thomas, that high jump and that high arm action as well through the crease. So, yes, Sherwin Thomas sprung the line and length there, and he's walking away at it outside the off stump. After being dispatched for 4 from the shorter delivery, he has opted to bowl it a fuller length. So it shows the young man is thinking. It's been put away. That short ball was put away, and he's gone a touch fuller to the batters at the crease.
Now, what these two batsmen for the Windward Islands has to do is to make sure that they do not play any unorthodox shot that can cause their demise. They're 8 for 1. Time in the game is not of essence at this time, but they need to make sure that they see this time off. And
it's been given full delivery, pitched up to Gerald Jeremiah. He's staring at the umpire, but Ryan Banwari thought that was good enough for him to be sent on his way. A second one down for Team Jamaica and for Team Windward Islands, and Jamaica might feel like they're well on their way to making inroads early. Well, they've made early inroads into the batting lineup of Team Windward Islands as Gerald Jeremiah takes the long walk back to the players' pavilion. Captain Akeem Auguste makes his way to the middle. His team needs him now to play a big knock as they have lost 2 wickets early. In this reply of 265 to Jamaica's 265.
Well, they're in a spot of bother. Do not take it away. The Jamaicans are bowling very well. Edwards and Thomas, they are really putting in a serious attack here to the Windward Islands. This partnership would have to be crucial for Windward Islands if they are not to see any further wicket falling for the rest of the evening.
I was talking about the smartness of the bowler after delivering some short pitch deliveries, not just short of a length to Ethan Gibson in the over before. He just found that line and length and he kept walking away at it and he kept going fuller. On that occasion, he got it extremely full, Yorker length, hitting the batsman on his toes. I thought it was bat at one point in time, but the resounding appeal from the team, and no one chased the ball, so that's an indication that it was pad all the way. And Ryan Banwari sent the batter on his way. Akeem Auguste, another left-arm batter, captain of the Windward Islands team, a vastly experienced young man, faces up to Sherwin Thomas. 2 full. A batter with his pedigree will always put that away. He'll come back for 2. So nice looking drive. Well, it was a full toss. Nice looking drive from Akeem Auguste to get him off the mark. A good over for Team Jamaica. Windward Islands are 10 for 2 and 5 overs have already been bowled.
Well, that's a time shot. He did not try to overhit it. He's just coming to the crease. His team is in a bit of bother. He don't want to play any rush shot, and I just used the pace of it and was able to just get 2. He's off the mark, and he should be able to stick it out here. This will be a very important wicket if the Jamaicans is to get any wicket here. Akeem is the wicket that they would want to get at this time.
Yes, if they get this wicket, a matter of fact, I believe at this point in time, if they get any wicket, they would be happy. But the wicket of Akeem Auguste will mean a lot to them before the end of the day's play. Akeem Auguste, we know he captained the West Indies under-19 team in the World Cup. 2 full, whipped off the pads. This will give some competition to the fielder on the boundary. And he saves it. Good fielding by the young man on the fine leg boundary.
Well, a tremendous save. He puts his body on the line to save that one. And it shows you the commitment and the courage that he has, knowing that his team is in the ascendancy at this time. Well done there.
And that looks to be Sherwin Thomas, if I'm not mistaken, who has just bowled an excellent over, running in hard with much pace for his team. Ran around there and make sure that he stopped that ball from trickling into the boundary for 4. So good commitment shown by the young man, Sherwin Thomas, on the fine leg boundary.
We also heard about when the CWI Vice President made mention about the support staff of parents. We also have the parents of Akeem Auguste here, and I had a chat with them earlier on, and they stated that they have been around at the world with their son, watching them playing cricket, and they are no strangers to St. Vincent and the Grenadines here.
Just falling short of Justin Beckford at the mid-wicket boundary. Had he been straighter, that could have been the undoing of Ethan Gibson. And Ethan Gibson is looking to be aggressive as well today, late in the piece. The ball was there to be hit.
Yeah, I like the bravery of Ethan. Despite the fact that wickets are falling, he still seems to want to attack the bowling, which is, it could be a bargain, even though we are watching Super 6 sponsored cricket here.
Yes, and that's the thing. You cannot allow yourself to be bogged down. If bad balls come, you have to put them away. You can't allow the game to take you on. You have to take on the game. So you have to stay on bat, of course, be mindful, be selective in the shots that you play, and put away every bad ball that comes your way. Because runs is part of the game as well. Yeah, you were saying about Akeem Auguste, Kaznel.
Right. So his parents, the mother and the father, they are here with us. Nidia Auguste and Wayne Auguste, they are here. And they hails from Grosley, St. Lucia, that is in the extreme north of St. Lucia. So they are very much intrigued and interesting to see the performance of their son today. Well played there by Gibson to get off the strike.
Yes, and they must be quite proud of the young man's achievement. Captain in the West Indies under-19 team in the World Cup tournament that was held in the Caribbean. So much to be happy about his parents, the achievements of the young man so far. And here he is again, the captain of the Windward Islands team, and a prolific batter is Akeem Auguste. He's currently also a part of the high performance setup for West Indies team. So he's doing quite well for them. So I can see why they're traveling with him and giving him all the support that he needs. So it's good to see parents here as well. It's much like Zeta James from Windward Islands team. Everywhere she travels, she has a parent with her. Sometimes even the whole family is there, her sisters as well. So good to see family supporting players in cricket. Zeta James is a young under-19 player for the West Indies team. She's also played for Windward Islands. So they recently played a tournament again, Team USA. USA women getting the better of them 4-1 in the series, but was a good learning, a good stepping stone for the West Indies women, the West Indies under-19 women.
So the good evening to the folks down there in Grosley, and those in Vieux and Dennery. That's a very good shot there by Akeem, but a drop catch, you will say, as they say, I know how harsh you could be as a captain, you will call that a drop catch.
Why are you calling me harsh, Kaznel?
It's an evasive action.
Anything.
I remember you from VPL.
I'm not too sure if it was a drop chance or if it was a bomb ball, to be honest. I couldn't quite pick it up from here, but it was hit quite hard. It was hit powerfully, and the young man did well to get a hand to it.
St. Lucians will be proud to know that another St. Lucian is heading towards, is showing signs of West Indies cricket and captaincy, knowing that Darren Sammy, who have been a two-time T20 world champion, have captained the West Indies, and a couple other players who have played for the West Indies. Very well tickled. A fine leg comes into play.
Since he's come to the crease, it just appears as if there's been a bit of calm to the Windward Islands inning so far. Earlier on, when Edwards and Shawn Thomas was running in to the other batters, it just looked frantic, it looked a bit chaotic for Windward Islands. But so far, things just look to be settled down a bit. The bowlers, they're still running in pretty hard at the moment, but not giving as much trouble as they were earlier on. Ethan Gibson is continuing to Shawn Thomas.
Another player who normally have his parents follow, Luke Wilson. He's not playing in this game. He's from St. Vincent. His parents give him that full support most of the time. I do not want to go into name calling too much because I don't want to cause that kind of bacchanal as we normally say here. But if I do, my apologies, and it is more so for you to support your.
Yeah, I think a lot of the parents, if they had the chance to be here, they would have been here. I firmly believe so.
I remember. I
think
know some may be curtailed by work. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of different circumstances might come into play for why parents are unable to make it across to see their young ones play. That's why we have the live feed, and very thankful that cricket is moving forward. So right about now, almost every game you can have the live feed. So parents who are unable to make it for whatever circumstance or reason, they're able to look at it on the live feed and give their comments and make their remarks as they should. So yes, parents that are able to come, good on them. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the parents watching on would have liked to be here in person, but circumstances probably beyond their control, Casanel.
I like the way Auguste have been playing Edwards. He's playing him very late, and there's an open area. Just only 2 fielders that are on the leg side. There's a short mid wicket and a fielder at fine leg. So a lot of open spaces on the leg side. So what that does, it allows Akeem and Gibson to somewhat be into their play. Because the angle of that ball is curtailing into. I think what the captain should be thinking now is to put a man right on the square leg boundary, on the square leg short square, not so for a catch, but to save that single as well.
Yeah, the good thing about these batters so far, from what I've analyzed, is they're playing the ball as late as possible, and that's a good thing that they have going for them, especially Auguste. He waits on the ball quite well, so that's playing in their favor at the moment against Edwards, who, yes, you mentioned, is taking the ball into them, but playing it as late as possible is helping both of these batters. Of course, there you go again, an example of playing it late. Of course, Ryan Edwards being a left-arm pacer, it might be easier for the left-arm batters to play him, but still, you have to play him. You have to find a way to keep him out because he's bowling really well at the moment.
So remember, we are in Cumberland, northwestern terrain of St. Vincent. This one is full down the leg side, swing and a miss there by Gibson. They come back for 2. This will be signaled with 2 byes.
Yes, uncharacteristic like of Ryan Edwards bowling a very wayward delivery down the leg side. But he looked at his hands, and he's still looking at his hands after he delivered that delivery, maybe indicating that some sweat is the reason why that delivery was badly lined from him. It's a hot day out here, so must expect things like that. That was sweet timing from Ethan Gibson. Unfortunately, Justin Beckford was in his way. Excellent fielding from him. The end of the over, it's 18 for 2. 8 overs bowled in the Windward Islands innings so far? Don't think we're too far away. What I was about to say, I don't think we're too far away from seeing a change at this end. However, I'm going to see a change at the far end. Justin Beckford is going to be into the attack. He picked up 3 wickets against Barbados, in 2 wickets rather, against Barbados. In that game, he bowled well. He bowled slowly, which is important on this track. And he was just looking to bowl in those good areas, but very slow. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes against these batters, Hakeem Auguste and Ethan Gibson.
Oh Lord. I haven't put me now.
So 18 for 2. See a change of bowling from the river end. Beckford comes in to replace Thomas, who has gotten a very good start. Gotten 1 wicket so far. And, what else? We'll have a short chat here with Bascom. I remember Lincoln Bascom. Yes, Mr. Bascom. The win was 18 for 2. A bit of trouble. You're in full support of your son Solomon Bascom. You must be impressed at the bowling stats that he got this morning.
Yeah, I think he did quite well. As parents, we're always looking for more, but we're quite satisfied with his performance this morning.
Yes, and as a support staff, your wife is here as well. I believe that he depends on the parentage for that support coming out to any sort of cricket game. What sort of encouragement do you give him on a down day as a parent, or what is it that he looks for at the end of the day when he comes back to you?
Well, we're always trying to find out how we think he did, and we'll say to him, you should have done, if he didn't bowl, if we think he didn't bowl very well, we'll tell him, and he takes everything in stride. At the end of the day, we say, boy, you can only do your best, and we appreciate what you're doing for your country and for yourself, because at the end of the day, everybody's trying to get into a West Indies 11, so.
Well, this one was a magnificent shot there by Ethan. He has shown some positivity since he has come out to bat. And this one is down the ground for 4. A welcome boundary for the Windward Islands, 4 more for Ethan. You were saying, sorry.
Yeah, well, we encourage Solomon. On evenings, sometimes we go to Annisfield and train ourselves, and make sure that he equipped himself with whatever things he need to work on. Whether bowl Yorkers or short delivery, keeping line and length, work on the various aspects of his game, and he follows through very well.
I want to put you on the spot to kind of ask about the wife, because the wife gave me an interesting story earlier on where she said she was not too intrigued about cricket, and Solomon actually caused her to be in the game. How was that transition? I don't know if you could speak on her behalf, but...
Well, trust me, she was never a fan of cricket. Every time I sit down on the TV to watch West Indies play cricket, she's gone, and she never encouraged Solomon at a very early age to get involved in cricket because she don't like it. But once Solomon get involved, it's in his blood, because the Bascoms are a cricketing family. So it's in his blood. So once you start playing, and I recognize, you have some talent, So I took him to the Neil Williams Academy, and there they work with him and harness his talent and see, well, yeah, you make a good fast bowler. So that's where we are right now.
All right, so let me thank you for that. And so Jinx break now, and the Windward Islands, they're 23 for 2. Thank you, Mr. Bascom. I wish you and Solomon all the best for your future endeavors. Yes.
Nice, take care.
So short jinx break, and it's coming down to the evening where we will have the glow of a sunset. I believe that you will more so not get to catch that sunset, Stacy, because of the scheduled time of finish here, and scheduled that the sunset will be around 6:20, and you will miss that picturesque view of Cumberland. So jinx breaks, we normally not jinx breaks, and whatever break or session in cricket there is tend to cause problem to a partnership rebuilding process here early for the Windward Islands.
Yes, there's a change in the attack at the commentary end. Seems to be Alex Hines, another left arm spinner. We have a plethora of left arm bowlers on display in this tournament, more so left arm spinners. Yes. An edge.
So
yeah, so an edge there from Auguste to get things going. Single. 24 for 2 in the 10th over. Alex Hines, a left arm spinner in the attack. 2 left-handed batters. What do you make of this attack from Team Jamaica at the moment? A left arm spinner replaces a left arm spinner, replaces a left arm spinner. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. A left arm spinner replaces a left arm pacer. And some would say an off-break bowlers who they would have opted to bring into the attack. Instead, they've opted for a left arm spinner. So what do you make of this line of attack from Jamaica?
well, interestingly, they have the field set for that kind of bowling. With the left arm seamer, he was angling it and tailing it down. They didn't set the field for that because they were trusting the pace of the bowler. Now in this case, it's much slower. He's turning it, so clearly they want him to start it between middle and leg, and there is a man there deep. There you have it, starting just about there, and they have a deep mid wicket. They have a long on, and a long on, mid off is up.
Solid drive from Ethan Gibson, but he's been operating at a fuller length. Alex Hines, previous 2 deliveries was a bit short of a length. So better, much fuller, where he needs to be if he's to trouble any of these left-handed batters. At the end of the 10th over, the score is 24 for 2. Justin Beckford is going to continue from the river end. He'll be bowling to Akeem Auguste.
St. Lucia and St. Vincent batsmen are in the crease. They're very good neighbors. If you travel from the northern end of St. Vincent, it takes by I would not encourage speedboat, but if you do take that route, it take you roughly 2 to 3 hours to get there to St. Lucia, and via plane it will take you approximately 20 minutes. So we are close neighbors. You will actually stay at some points of the northern end of St. Vincent and see the pitons in St. Lucia. You see the entire View Fort area and that south eastern corridor.
Too short. Well fielded by Sanjay Walker, but just trying to throw down the stump at the... Is that one?
Well, I think had he hit the stumps, Ethan
Yeah.
would have gone.
Yeah, that was superb fielding by the captain actually. Having the awareness to shy at the stump, but just didn't have anybody backing him up at the other end, and they came through for a single. So some superb fielding, trying to create some magic before the end of the day's play.
$25 for 2.
So at the end of the over, that over was delivered quite quickly. The score is 25 for 2 after 11 overs.
This one was full outside the house. Some people played it with the pace more so and guided with some placement away from the cover fielder. Got two more to the total.
Yeah, nicely driven from Auguste. I like the way he waits on it quite patiently. He waits on those deliveries. So it's a good temperament being shown by Auguste and Ethan Gibson at the moment. Seems to be a delay here. Ryan Banwari is making his way over to the
No
stump.
ball.
It's been called a no ball. I wonder why that is. Is he saying something to the keeper?
Yeah,
I'm not sure where the keeper...
The glove of the keeper is coming in front of the stump. So good awareness there by Banwari. This one is full and got the treatment it deserves. Whether you're the tail, the lower or the batsman or the opening batsman, a delivery served up like that is unacceptable. But this time it is well dispatched. Welcome boundary there for Akeem Fomo to the Windwards.
Yes, it was a full delivery. Played with great authority from Auguste, but always important to highlight there is the placement of that shot. There are two fielders on the boundaries waiting for him to hold out, but he found the gap perfectly between the mid-wicket and the long-on fielder.
This one is placed out to wide-ish mid-off, sorry. So Gibson on 14 and Keem on 14 apiece. So again played wide of the mid-off.
Yes, Ethan Gibson has been impressive on the back foot so far. He plays the ball quite well on the back foot. The way he eased that into the cover just now is an indication of a batter that loves the short stuff, Kasnel.
Yes, this is an indication that the ball is losing its shine, and clearly you see the captain already introduces spin attack. Even though the ball is hard for the spinners to spin and turn, yes, the batsmen at the crease will be more cognizant of the fact that they're looking to make inroads, the Jamaicans, and they are more careful in their shot selection. And at this time, they are somewhat rebuilding the process at 34 for 2.
Yes, and what the batters, especially Gibson, who seems quite comfortable on the back foot, has to be mindful of is occasionally some of the ball keeps low. And now that it's getting older, he has to be careful as to how he goes on the back foot and plays. So far, he's playing them quite confidently, but all he needs to do is just be mindful of that one delivery that keeps low occasionally, especially as the ball gets older. Too short cut away, easy single. The fielder at cover seemed to have lost that in the light. He reacted quite late to that. Fielder at cover is Stephen Weatherburn. He made 100. The highlight of Jamaica's innings. They made 265 all out, and he made 100 of 192 deliveries.
Well, immediately as he picked up the ball, he signaled to the sun. He did not even see that one. And it's a sensible cricket here by Akeem and Eton.
Yes, that's all that's required at this moment. You asked me a question about, what the Windward Islands approach should be if when they go into bat, and loud appeal, but that didn't take any of the edge. Yes, you asked me what their approach should be. The way these two are going at it, apart from that loose shot that Ethan Gibson just played a while ago, no need to be flashing outside the off stump for that delivery that was passing his bat. Yes, so the way these two are going about it at the moment is just what is required at this point in time, especially having lost 2 early wickets in the piece. So great assessment and a good thought process being shown by both of these batters, Ethan Gibson and Akeem Auguste, who has a lot of experience. Akeem Auguste, so he's showing his experience at the moment, and the Windward Islands would need all of his experience, having lost 2 early wickets, that of Gerald Jeremiah and Stefan Pascal. Alex Hines is going to continue from the commentary end, and he's bowling to Akeem Auguste. Just going back to that delivery, the last delivery. Yes, going back to that last delivery in Beckford's over. That turned a bit, didn't it, Kasnel? It didn't take the edge, and it moved a lot heading into that 4-slip direction.
Yes.
Stopped by the keeper's glove. So that was a lot of turn. So Jamaica would be happy to see that at this point in time.
I think what happened there is that Ethan has been beaten with the flight of it. He was anticipating it a much fuller length, and beaten by flight, and whenever it bounced, it took that bounce on its way through, and then created some doubt in Ethan's mind.
I think the key there as well is the pace of the delivery. It was very slow in nature. and it just gripped on the wicket, allowing us to see the movement that can be generated on the wicket when you bowl it slowly. Much like that delivery from Alex Hines to Akeem Auguste. On that occasion, it held its line, but well left by Akeem Auguste.
Sensible cricket, sensible batting. Yeah. So end of the over number 14, 37 for 2. Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, sir. We have at our disposal. Mm-hmm. One case. Yeah? One case. So no sort of demon in this track, you know, in terms of bothering the batsmen. It has to be one of their own errors or something out of the orthodox.
Beckford has found a line outside the off stump to the batter, and while he may not be hitting away at a consistent length, he's continuing to hit that line outside the off stump to these left-handers. So the young man has found something to work with, and he's prepared to deliver that all day, working on the patience of Akeem Auguste and Ethan Gibson.
But this one is swept down to fine leg. It goes down to the fine leg boundary. A welcome boundary there by Akeem. 4 more to the Windward Islands, 4 more to Akeem.
And as I was mentioning that line that he formed, he decided to bowl a fuller line this time. And Akeem Auguste is helping himself to...
Commentator scores.
I wonder, Casnell. Yeah, he was bowling that line there. The batter was unable to score off of him. He wasn't hitting the length perfectly, but the line was imperative. And he just strayed too full on that occasion, and the batsman helped himself to 4 runs. There you go again.
Well, this one was swept full length down the same leg side. So you have lost it in those last 2 deliveries. And Akeem capitalized on them, and he was able to get a purchase 45 for 2 at the end of over number 15.
Yeah, just trying to bowl it with a bit too much pace and angle it into the batter, and that was his downfall on both occasions. Just a bit of a lack of patience coming in to play there by Justin Beckford. He decided to try something when he didn't need to, and need I remind you, we're playing a 3-day format. So the most important thing is patience and consistency, and we keep repeating that, and we'll keep repeating it until you're bored of us. You're probably bored of us by now, but these 2 things are very important, and there you see a perfect example of probably a lack of patience on the part of the bowler deciding to try something to Akeem Auguste. And Akeem Auguste, he waited, he played the long game, and he picked up 2 deliveries, and he was able to score 8 runs out of the last 2 balls in the over that went scoreless in the first 4. Quick single taken. An opportunity, you might say, that's gone down there. Had he picked up cleanly, may have been some trouble at the striker's end. Auguste seemed to have been struggling, and he's also pointing out at the son to the captain, who's probably asking him what happened there. Sherwin Thomas at square leg.
I think Hines is just content with just coming and pitching it outside the half stump. He seems to be going through his rituals. It's not experimenting much.
And that's the thing. In this format of the game, you don't need to experiment much. You know, it's a game of time, and it's a game of upsetting the flow and the rhythm of the batsmen. And to shorten that occasion, yes, making the batsmen the batters as uncomfortable as possible in the wicket, so much so that they might be frustrated, maybe frustrated enough to try something. So as a bowler, when you find something that's working for you, until something different happens, you need to just keep doing that in this format of the game. That's my belief. I don't know if you have another opinion. Kaznel?
No, I support you strongly. This one is placed with timing out to the cover boundary. Go back for second one. It will not go into the boundary.
Yeah, just easing that into the cover area was Auguste, and he doesn't need to do a lot when those deliveries are pitched up. All he opts for is just the timing and the placement, and that's all you really need, especially in this format of the game, with the field not as spread as it would be in the white ball format.
So it's 22 minutes past 5 local time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are just creeping up to 5:30. The over it has been very good by the Jamaicans. And Beckford continues.
Yes, the over rate has been excellent by both teams today. Jamaica, Windward Islands bowling 74 overs and 5 balls today, and now Jamaica rushing through their overs as well. So no problems with over rate from either of the teams, from the umpires, I am sure.
Full length delivery again to Auguste.
So very poor delivery from Justin Beckford, and it's been called a no ball. That brings up 50 runs for Team Windward Islands, and he's been given a warning as well. Justin Beckford for height. There's no pressure being applied here to these batters late in this afternoon by Team Jamaica, which after picking up those 2 early wickets. Short delivery again.
So it's pumped out to cover. It would not get to the boundary because of the heavy outfield. Well saved there.
It's talking about no pressure being applied to these batters. They found it quite easy since the fall of that second wicket, and Jamaica should have been looking to apply pressure where they can. Instead of that, they've solved up a lot of loose deliveries. In between, they've bowled some excellent deliveries, but solving up a lot of loose deliveries. So inconsistency on the part of the Jamaican bowlers.
Substitute Walters chasing that one. It's on. This one, whether it's all in the morning or late in the evening, a delivery like that served up to a batsman of Akim's pedigree is unacceptable. Dispatched over mid on 6 runs.
Yeah, again, too easy for a batsman like Akeem Auguste, who looks quite nonchalant at the crease at the moment. Just looks as if he's saying to himself, well, just keep going at me. He wishes, usually at this late in the day's play, batters are hoping to get out. They're hoping to get off and start the next day. But these two batters looks as if they wish to. They can continue until nightfall, Casnell.
Well, they should. They should look into the night interval. Come back in the morning. Ethan Gibson seems to be a person who likes to be overnighting at crease. And there he's put up some resistance, while Auguste has been doing the bulk of the scoring.
And this is the thing. If you look at the deliveries that Auguste scores off of so far, it's been very poor deliveries from the Jamaican field bowlers. When they bowl that nice line and length to him, and he doesn't score off of it. He respects those deliveries. Instead of that, they're serving up full tosses and long hops to him, and he's not missing out. Rightly so. A batsman of his caliber would not miss out on anything loose. So Jamaica, they just need to go back to the drawing board a bit, try and get that line and length that they've been working with. Maybe stop trying so many different things that might make a difference for them. It appears as if the bowlers are trying too many things when they should just be keeping it simple, doing the basics, hitting that line and length. And Akeem Auguste, he will respect the line and the good bowling, but anything bad, he puts them away.
So that shot also brought up the 50 partnership. This one again is played out to cover. So that 6 brought up the 50 partnership between Auguste and Gibson. 2 more to the total there.
And there you go. You bowl it in the right area in that channel, and he is going to respect you. So that's what the Jamaican bowlers need to be doing. Anytime you serve up a loose delivery, the batsman should put it away. So you can't be upset about being hit for 6 or 4 because you're just serving it up for the batters at the moment. You just need to find that line and length that he had earlier on going to the left-hander. Seems to be there's a change in bowling at the commentary end. Alex Hines has been replaced by the captain Sanjay Walker. Hoping to make another breakthrough for his team, Sanjay Walker, before the end of the day's play. They started quite well, Team Jamaica, but Windward Islands are now in control. They trail by 201 runs, and it's a rebuilding phase for Team Windward Islands as Ethan Gibson and Akeem Auguste pile on the pressure on Team Jamaica.
So leg spin being introduced by the captain himself, Walker. Have a bit of hop and a skip to the crease. Oh, so he has a googly as well.
It's a good call by both batters not to try that second run. But I like the way Auguste plays really late, Casnell. It's a good sign. Similar batters that play under the eye, so to speak. batters like Kane Williamson. He plays the ball really late, so it's good tactics by Akeem Auguste. The later you play, the better it is for you. You'll be able to, in turn and off, or you'll be able to read it out of the bowler's hand better.
Yeah, he has a touch of finesse about him. Most left-handers, left-handers to me has that cuteness about them. They play the ball late with the wrist and makes their shot. This one is pulled in front of the man there at deep mid wicket. This one again is clipped behind fine leg, coming back for the second. So I do not think that this is a good ploy by the captain to have the man short in at fine leg. If you're going to bowl yourself there, well, and that's it. That's it. End of the day's play. And Jamaica. The Windward Islands, they are 69 for 2 at the end of day number 1 here. After hard toil in the day's play, good comeback by the Windward Islands. They were 22 for 2 at one point. And the Windward Islands batsmen have seen it through. Captain Akeem Auguste is there at 43, and Gibson, who started the innings at the top, he's there on 20. I believe that Gibson did very, very well to weather the storm with the early attack of Thomas and Edwards, who share 1 wicket apiece for the 2 wicket that has fallen for the Windward Islands. But good cricket, good all-round cricket from the under-19s here. The Windward Island, the Jamaican took to the crease earlier on after they have lost the toss and was sent into bat by the Windwards. They lost early wickets at one point they were 100 for 6. And a recovery effort by Weatherburn saw them to 265. And the Windward Island, in their reply, they are now 69 for 2. 69 for 2. And they will go into tomorrow's play, the second day's play. And they will look to bat all of tomorrow's if they have to create either a win or an upset to really set a good precedent. But Jamaica will come out tomorrow hype and boasty, as they normally say in the Jamaica parlance, looking to make some inroads early into the Windward Islands batting lineup.
Yes, the Windward Islands, they trailed by 196 runs. The day was highlighted by Stephen Weatherburn, who scored a brilliant 100 off 192 deliveries, a fighting knock from the young man after his team was in some trouble, taking Jamaica up to 265 all out. Solomon Bascom, he got 4 wickets, and Tariq Edward picked up 3 to support him. And Akeem Auguste, he's on 43 deliveries. Ethan Gibson is there as his partner with 20 or 46, and they end the day at 69 for 2. 18 overs bowled in this inning so far.
Well, that was an exciting day of cricket here from us here at Cumberland on the Northwestern Corridor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it's a CWI Rising Star under 19 championship here 2022. It's Windward Islands, they're taking on Jamaica, and it's goodbye for now from Cumberland until tomorrow. We start play for you at 9:30.